and these questions are from 173 to 175.
Thereafter, there was a presentation of four government bills, starting with the National Pension Scheme Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2023. The bill seeks to amend the National Pension Scheme Act and was presented by the Minister of Labour and Social Security. It was read the first time and referred to the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters, and has been referred to the Committee on National Economy, that's Trade and Labour Matters, for examination until Wednesday, 22nd March 2023.
Claudette, yesterday the House did consider four bills, and the first bill to be considered was the National Pension Scheme Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2023, which was moved by the Minister of Labour, and this bill will be examined until Wednesday, 22nd March 2023.
The House also considered the Controlled Substances Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, which seeks to provide for the granting of a license to deal in manufacture, import and export a controlled substance, regulate the use, dispensing, manufacture, wholesale, transfer, supply, sale, distribution and possession of controlled substance for medicinal and scientific research, among many others. And this bill was presented by the Minister, that's the Acting Minister of Health. It was read the first time and referred to the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services for examination until Wednesday, 22nd March 2023.
The Minister of Education did present a bill, the Examination Council of Zambia, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2023, and this bill seeks to provide for the accreditation of examination centers, provide for the administration of examinations, continue the existence of the Examination Council of Zambia, and redefine its functions. And it was referred to the committee, and this is a Committee on Education, Science and Technology, for examination until Wednesday, 22nd March 2023.
The other bill that was presented yesterday is the Rural Electrification Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2023, which seeks to promote and enhance rural electrification, continue the existence of rural electrification, among others. And it was presented by the Minister of Energy. It was read the first time and referred to the Committee on Energy, Water Development and Tourism for examination until Wednesday, 22nd March 2023.
Ms. Munashabantu, who is a Member of Parliament, did move a motion, thanks His Excellency the President, and the motion was made that thanks for this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the Excellency's President's address. And the seconder to this motion is Kantanshi Member of Parliament, Mr. Anthony Mumba. And today there will be a resumption of debate.
And there being no further debate, the motion stood adjourned, and the House adjourned yesterday accordingly at 18:08 hours. Just now to join us as we look at today's order paper. There you have it, live pictures coming your way on Parliament Television as we await for the resumption of business at 14:30 hours. The House is expected to consider two questions for oral answer under Standing Order number 74. And there's going to be a presentation of one bill and a notice of motion. This Wednesdays are set aside for private members' motions. We do expect Mr. Kangombe of Kamfinsa to move a motion entitled Transform Zambia into a 24-hour economy, that this House urges the government to put in place modalities for transforming Zambia into a 24-hour economy.
We also expect one government bill, and the bill will be presented by the Minister of Education, and it's entitled the Teaching Profession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, and the Minister of Education is expected to present this bill. And there will be a resumption of the debate, thanks His Excellency the President's address, motion of 28th February 2023, and we expect quite a number of members of Parliament to debate this motion. As you might be aware, last week on Friday, the Republican President did address Parliament.
Time now to look at some of the questions that will be considered on the floor of the House. With questions for oral answer under Standing Order number 24. We do expect Mr. Mushang of Wacha constituency to ask the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development a question in 4 parts: why the rehabilitation works on the township roads in Kawe district have stored, when the works will resume, how much money was owed to the contractor as of June 2022, and how many kilometers are earmarked for rehabilitation under the project. Just now, we take you to the chamber. As you can see, the Speaker's procession making its way to the chamber. Thank you for your time and continue watching Parliament Television.
Madam Speaker.
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who blend. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our church. Amen. Honorable members, I have one announcement to make, and the announcement is that I wish to acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of Dr. Sangu Eo Mosai, Second Vice President of the Parliament of the Democratic Republic of Congo. I wish I wish on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia to receive our distinguished guest and warmly welcome him in our midst. Bonsoir. Bonsoir. Thank you. Matters of urgent public importance. The Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this chance to raise this matter of urgent public importance. Under our Standing Orders 134, directed to the Minister of Water and Sanitation. Madam Speaker, the situation of water in Nakonde is worsening each and every day. Madam Speaker, you can recall that this is not the first time I'm raising this matter. And the water crisis which we are facing, I remember, Madam Speaker, you counseled us. And I did follow your counsel. I went to the Minister of Water and Sanitation, and we agreed, and he told me to say the problem which is there, it needs a long-term program. Madam Speaker, as I speak now, the affected areas like Mukoma, Ntindi, and that of Katozi, Madam Speaker, they are using wells to fetch the water. Madam Speaker, as you know that there are some diseases that take advantage of those when you lack water, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, is the minister therefore in order not to provide with us a short-term solution so that the people of Nakonde can have the access to clean water? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nakonde, for raising that issue, that matter of the situation of water in your constituency. But however, the matter that you have raised as a matter of urgent public importance does not qualify to be raised because it's not of recent occurrence. You have stated, Honorable Member, in your submission that this is not the first time that you are raising this matter. You had raised it before, but the situation continues. So on that ground alone, the matter does not qualify to be admitted as a matter of urgent public importance. I would therefore suggest that you put in a question for the Honorable Minister. The Minister will be able to address that issue. Thank you. That concludes matters of urgent public importance. We go to the next item, which is question for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The Honorable Member for Bwacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 176.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. Honorable members, as the Honorable Minister addresses this issue, members will recall that this issue was addressed extensively by the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development when he gave a ministerial statement. So when this question is asked, we will restrict it to the Bwacha constituency only. May the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development address the issue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Bwacha in Kabwe, Honorable Stephen Mushanga, is asking the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development the following questions. A, why the rehabilitation of the township roads in Kabwe district have stalled. B, when the works will resume. C, how much money was owed to the contractor as of June 2022. And D, how many kilometers are earmarked for rehabilitation under this project? Sorry. Our response is as follows, Madam Speaker. A, the rehabilitation of township roads in Kabwe district are stalled due to limited limitations in available funds in the previous road sector annual work plan. B, the outstanding works on the project will be considered in future work plans subject to availability of funds. C, as of June 2022, the contractor was owed 69,430,318 kwacha 16 ngwe out of the certified amount. D, the project scope covered rehabilitation of 79 kilometers, out of which 46 have been completed, leaving a balance of 33 kilometers yet to be completed. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Bwacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much, Minister, for the responses. In responding to question 2, Honorable Minister, when the works will resume, you stated that the works may be considered in the future, is it national work plans? Through you, Madam Speaker, would want to know the national work plans that you are referring to. Is it this year's national work plan or maybe in the near future? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, my colleague, the Honorable Member for Local Government and Rural Development, as you quite rightly said, has dealt with these matters of township roads. The issue we have, and before I say that, the New Dawn government is desirous of bringing into this country as much development as is possible, and that development must cover all corners of our country. It would have been a perfect solution for us as the New Dawn government to complete these projects as quickly as possible, because that matches in with our agenda as we promised the Zambian people when we went to seek for their votes. The challenge that we keep explaining on the floor of this House, both myself and the Honorable Minister for Local Government, these are real challenges. And that is why we are seeking to tie it up to ensure that we get on top of these contracts, most of which were signed without money, so that we can start afresh, so that any contract that is signed is backed by budget, it is backed by available resources. I've also stated, Madam Speaker, that no project on which Zambian money has been spent, either from MMD days or from PF days, will be cancelled. It's a question of revisiting these things and ensuring that those that remain will be put in work plans. Now, his question as to whether it is this year's work plan or next year's work plan, I think that is dependent upon how soon we can get the necessary resources. In terms of where the resources are expected to come from, again, this government, especially through the Honorable Minister of Finance, we have stated exactly what we are trying to do to unlock these resources, mainly to deal with the issue of debt, which the able minister and his team are doing at the moment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that response. Madam Speaker, before I pose my question, allow me to congratulate the chairperson for the PPP Council of Ministers, who yesterday with his team put to paper signing the contract to see the rehabilitation and the construction of the T2, T3 dual carriageway from Lusaka to Ndola And happily so, I am from Masangano to Fisenge and Fisenge into Luansha. We want to say congratulations, and we can't wait. We can't wait to see these projects commencing, Honorable Minister. My question, Honorable Minister, is in your answer, you said that there are some stretch of the works that have been done. Could you kindly state as to whether there are any IPCs that haven't been paid, and if at all they are there, are they attracting any interest on the part of government? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, Honorable Member for Lunta. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the Honorable Member for Ron, Honorable Chibuye, for those words of encouragement on what this government is doing. The answer to the question whether there are any outstanding IPCs or amounts on the IPCs, yes. In fact, the amount of certified works undertaken by the contractor is 314,500,705 kwacha 9 ngwe, out of which 245,070,386 kwacha 93 ngwe has so far been paid to the contractor. So therefore, the answer to his question is the difference between the two figures is the outstanding certified works that the contractor is owed. These amounts are attracting interest. Some of them, some of the contracts may be attracting standing charges and so on. And that is why the government is desirous of sorting out these matters so we can limit the cost that government is incurring. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Boacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through you to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. Madam Speaker, I recall, I think it is just 2 weeks ago, when the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, on the floor of the House, when we are dealing with a question on the Piccadilly road project, he indicated in one of his responses, he indicated that the people of Kabwe should not be worried. Very, very soon, an announcement was going to be made. I think, Madam Speaker, I can see, you recall, you are nodding, that very, very soon.
I was nodding to the Honorable Member who was nodding. I was just acknowledging.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I recall the Minister indicated that the people of Kabwe, not only Wacha parliamentary constituents, should not be worried. An announcement was going to be made soon, and the people of Kabwe are going to smile. In continuing with the question, Madam Speaker, I also recall, Minister, that the contract that we are signing, the government was signing, or RD was signing yesterday, to work on Ndola or Lusaka Ndola dual carriageway, the initial contract, I think before the New Dawn government reviewed, there was of township roads for Kabwe district. I don't know, as the project progresses, if the people of Kabwe will be considered through the same good project that you launched yesterday in Ndola. I don't know if the people of Kabwe will be considered with the township roads, especially that the project is spanning through Central Province and Kabwe in particular. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. the one thing that the new Dawn government never does is to lie. So indeed, the honorable member for Bwacha is right when I said the people of Kabwe, very soon they will smile. That was 2 weeks ago. Yesterday, the news that came, already we have heard from the honorable member for Ron that he is smiling. I assume that even the member of parliament for Bwacha is already smiling. You can see, Madam Speaker, she is smiling. As you can The question raises whether this will be extended into townships for Kabwe. I think these matters must be left as they are. I do not want to say anything that will jeopardize what needs to be done, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. Order. The Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to join in those that are congratulating the new Dawn government on the road that will commence, Madam Speaker, from Lusaka to Ndola, a project that was supposed to be done at $2 billion under the PF government is only going to be done at $577 million by the new Dawn government. That is responsibility to the people of Zambia. And we know, Madam Speaker, that the people of John Chinena in particular, they are so excited. And I hope the President is listening, because this is where the accidents were happening. And the Honorable Minister, you need to come specifically to Chivombo, Chisamba, Liteta, Achaloshi, but in particular at John Chinena, to come and show the hard-working work of this Excellency Hakainde Ichilema with his able Vice President Mtaina Lumango and the entire leadership. The question, though, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Yes, ma'am.
Chinena meaning. Order. That was on a lighter note.
Madam Speaker, you hear the excitement in the men especially, but it is a name for the Lenje people of a headman who was known to be in love with the very Chinena, so it is a name of a place. But the question, Madam Speaker, is to the able minister, are you going to consider an amount or a percentage for women to participate in these works? Because many are the times that women are left out, and as the chairperson for the Women Parliamentarian Caucus, and also just as a mother and a member of parliament, we want to see a deliberate policy or initiative for the works of the women. I submit. Thank you.
There's a point of order. Is it a point of order?
Yes.
The leader of opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My point of order relates to Standing Order 65. Madam Speaker, the member who's on the floor stated that the road that was launched was supposed to be done at the cost of $2 billion under the PF. Madam Speaker, is the honorable member in order to mention figures loosely without making reference to reduced scope? Mention the fact that the road now, the cost of the road is lower. One, because it is of reduced scope, and also that as a country we are foregoing toll fees for 25 years. In which case, if those figures were to be recalculated, she will come to the realization that there may not be savings at all. Is she in order to mislead herself and the nation that the project was supposed to have been done expensively, and yet what we have signed may turn out to be actually more expensive than it was initially was. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, the leader of opposition. Unfortunately, I don't have the details of how much the road is going to cost, the scope, and so it's difficult for me to say whether the Honorable Deputy Chief Whip is out of order or the leader of opposition is stating the facts. I don't have the information. So we leave that issue to lie. Maybe we can debate it one day. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The question is, in the works that are reserved for Zambians, and I must make it very clear, the law is very, very specific, Madam Speaker. It's 20% for Zambian, at least 20% for Zambian contractors. And our desire, and we have been sensitizing and will continue to sensitize our people, especially those along this road, that they must organize themselves so that they can participate. With reference to women, yes, indeed, we want them also to participate. The Honorable Deputy Chief Whip may be interested to know that in this country there is an organization called Women in Construction. They are very well organized, they have got contracting companies and so on. So what we need to do is to urge them to prepare themselves also to participate. And that includes the youth also, that must also be able to participate, not only in terms of contracting works, but in terms of supplying goods and services to the contractors that will be on the road. The Honorable Minister for Community Development yesterday and I were chatting that there are opportunities, even supplying food to those that will be working on this road. And she has a structured way in which she thinks this will be done. So, Madam Speaker, this is a win-win situation for all. Elsewhere, Madam Speaker, I've heard stories of the differences in terms of scope between what was planned previously by the previous government and what is being done now. Let me make it very clear. The construction costs for this particular road is exactly as is stated. Under this new contract, the construction for the road is going to cost $577 million, a little bit above that. Little bit of extra costs, like financing costs, it's a little bit, and interest, which is about 64 million. Okay. If you add those, it comes to about 642. On the other contracts, there were hidden costs. Number one, that was going to be given, that contract was going to be given out under a contractor facilitated finance. In other words, it was going to be a loan to the Zambian government. And over the period, it's a well-known fact, it was going to attract interest payments. If you work out those and add, and in addition to that, over the period, obviously, when an EPC contract is completed, immediately you begin to incur maintenance charges as you go along. When again you factor those, you'll find that the figure that the Honorable Deputy Chief Whip mentioned is fairly accurate, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. There was only one indication. Suddenly there are so many. These are afterthoughts. Well, anyway, The Honorable Member for Shango.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the leader of opposition, Honorable Munduvire, was saying that for the next 25 years that the constitution is going to run, government is not going to collect any toll fees whatsoever. I would like to find out from the Honorable Minister if that is the case, especially that he didn't mention when he's going to visit John Chinena. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The challenge that I have now is we have left the question, the roads in Kabwe district, township roads in Kabwe district, and now we are talking about the Greatest Road and John Chinena. So maybe we come back to the question. Let's come back to the question and concentrate on the question. Those were digressions. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you for your guidance that we remain relevant to the question by the MP for Kabwe. I wanted to find out from the Minister of Infrastructure. The MP for Wacha has a mandate to report back to the constituency on when these roads will be done. In your response, Minister, you've indicated that there are no funds at the moment. What consolation are you going to give him that he will take back to the constituency in as far as the commencement of works? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Member for Kamfinsa for that question. And the question is, what consolation is the Honorable Member for Wacha going to take back to his constituency? And I say this, Madam Speaker, what he can take with him back to Wacha is, first of all, go and tell our citizens that they are there, that the new Dawn government is a listening government. They are listening. And that is why I've said that there are certain plans that are being planned to effect certain changes. But these are contingent upon certain things happening. And that's why earlier on I said, do not want to jeopardize what is being discussed, because if I stand on the floor of this house and promise things that are not ready, that becomes government assurance, and if we don't fulfill, then we commit an offense according to the rules of this house. There are things being planned. He is welcome to engage with us as he does, so that we can discuss some of these plans. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, indeed, the Honorable Minister opened up himself when he started talking about the new project. There is a nexus, though, between this new project and the question posed by Honorable Mushanga, in the sense that in the initial plan, in the initial discussions of this project, the dual carriageway, there were those works that included the 20 kilometers of roads in Kawe district, Kapiri, Chisamba, and all these towns around, including John Chinana, which was mentioned. And that's the reason why the former Vice President's office tried to relocate John Chinana's market from the main road to upper the market in readiness for the expansion, because the expansion on the road will affect livelihoods along the roads. And so there was that build, destroy, build back better for the business communities that are along the road. Now, if your minister is saying he has to wait when the contract has already been signed, what message should the Honorable MP for Wacha go with? Because you are saying we are still discussing
even after the contract has been signed. You are still discussing. And we want to benefit from the fact that you have volunteered information. Do those discussions still include those kilometers that were planned for these districts that are along the road, specifically Kawe? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, I failed to understand what township roads were planned for John Chinena. My understanding is that when you turn a single carriageway into a double carriageway, there has to be movement to widen it. I think that's where that was coming from. We can argue time and again as to what this particular project is. The project that we have announced, that was announced yesterday, is exactly what it is. We have been very, very transparent. Development of the rest of the country is the responsibility of government, and we are not leaving anything behind, including Bwacha and their roads. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kafula-Futa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to submit our question to the Minister. First of all, I wish to ride on the congratulations that have been tendered by a few honorable members here. I'm interested, though, in knowing the modalities of employment that you have in plan, Honorable Minister, seeing that this road is from Lusaka to Ndola. Which people are going to qualify to be employed? Because I'm imagining...
Order, Honorable Member for Kafula-Futa. We are drifting back to the dual carriageway. I'm sure there should be a day when we should just discuss that. Looks like honorable members are interested. Can we restrict ourselves to the Kabwe Township roads? You have a question on that? If you don't have, we can move to the honorable member for Kavush. And honorable member for Kavush was the last one. These are afterthought indications.
No, I don't have a question in those lines, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable member for Kavushi was the last.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according me an opportunity to represent the people of Kavushi. Madam Speaker, I've seen that you've guided the honorable member for Kafura-Futa. I will not go in his direction since you've provided guidance. However, while seated here, Honorable Minister, through Madam Speaker, I'm receiving text messages that the Honorable Minister has not stated on the floor of this House whether the contract that was procured, they will be able to subcontract part of it to Zambians. I thank you.
That is also not related to the question. Thank you. Thank you. Can we make progress order? Next question, the honorable member for Kanchivia.
Question 177, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to thank the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kanchivia, who's seeking to know and is asking the question to the Minister of Education, whether government has plans to construct a boarding school in his constituency through the Ministry of Education under the Zambia Education Enhancement Project ZIP, And at B, when the implementations of that will start. The answer to the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kanchiwia is that yes, indeed.
Order, honorable members. Can we listen to the answer that is being provided by the honorable minister?
Yes, indeed, the government does have plans to construct a secondary boarding school in the Kanchiwia district of Muchinga province through the ZIP program. And that B, the implementation of these plans will commence in the Q3 of this year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions? The honorable member for Kanchiwia.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. And on behalf of the people of Kanchiwia, we wish to place on record that we are grateful that there are these plans by government to ensure that there's a boarding school in Kanchiwia. Secondary boarding education, Madam Speaker, plays a very important role in ensuring quality education for our people. At the moment, we are seated, Madam Speaker, with a crisis of pupils we refer to as weekly boarders. And I know this is not only peculiar to Kanchiwia, but other parts of the country as well, rural constituencies. We have our young men, our young girls and young boys, Madam Speaker, staying in poorly constructed, unsafe makeshift huts made of grass, mud, etc. The problem is even deeper for the girl child, falling off school, teenage pregnancies, unsafe abortions, etc. My question then would be whether government has already identified a site or location for this secondary school. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, I do appreciate the question from the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kanchiwia, especially the passion within which she's asking and expressing fear about especially the girl child. This is as regards their current boarding facility situation. Madam Speaker, currently the situation in Kanchiwia is as follows, that as I am speaking now, there is a construction of the Chalaweza and Mikuba Day Secondary School in the same district through the Ministry of Education under the ZIP program. And it became operational in 2017 to build 82 secondary schools in 7 provinces. Madam, the boarding secondary school that I spoke about just now is among the 120 new secondary schools, boarding secondary schools, that government intends to commence in the Q3 of this year countrywide. And the project will be implemented over a period of 3 years up to the year 2025 using a community mode. As regards the site, which the Honorable MP is seeking to find out, the selection is based on the objective criteria using various parameters, including the pupil classroom ratio for secondary schools, the number of existing secondary schools in a district or constituency, and recent government initiatives to construct or upgrade these same schools. Madam Speaker, this requires very close engagement with all stakeholders, including the office of the MP, councillors, in order to arrive at the actual site in Kanchiwia constituency. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Acting Minister of Education, you have informed this August House that Kanchiwia will be getting a secondary school, a boarding secondary school, and I'm confident that there are other places that have also been identified. Minister, you are aware that in your other role as Minister of Local Government, we have a component of boarding school bursaries that we support children with. Would you be kind enough, Minister, to indicate if there are other districts that will benefit from this government project in terms of districts? I'm aware that Kitwe has no boarding school. I'm aware that there are so many districts, Madam Speaker, that would love to benefit from this government program. I thank you.
Honorable Member for Kamfinsa, this is a constituency-based question. So I believe the minister, especially that is acting, he might not have those details with him right now. So if you want to get details of that, you can visit the ministry and find more details about the particular school that you are asking for. The Honorable Member for Chiruvi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bearing in mind with the change, Madam Speaker, am I protected?
Order, order, honorable members. Please, whoever says, will go outside. May the honorable member continue.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, before I was disturbed, anyway, what I meant to, yes, but I think I flow well. Yes.
Order. That's his style of speaking. Please give him an opportunity.
Me that way.
May the honorable member continue.
Madam Speaker, my concern is that with the change of policy in the education policy, which will have a bearing on enrollment rates, retention rates, as well as progression rates. This being a boarding school and looking at the radius that may be covered, I mean, the constituency to to Honorable Chanda is my neighbor, and I know the challenges there. What is the projected capacity of this school in terms of the pupils that will be taken on board? You see, you get concerned with trivial things, small things.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Education, if you have the information.
Madam, I fortunately do have information regarding the question that was earlier asked by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kamfinsa, to the effect that we gathered information that related to Muchinga province only. And so to satisfy him, instead of coming to the office, is to say that of the schools that we intend to build, that we carried over from the previous administration, Muchinga province was going to benefit a total of 9 schools, to include the following districts: Shiwangandula, Bushimanda, Isoka, Chama, Nakonde, Mpika, Kachibia, Chinsali, and also Mafinga. Madam, coming to the question from the Honorable Member of Parliament for Chilubi, I would request that probably he gives us time to come up with the actual starting capacity, because I don't have that detail. Suffice to say that I stated in my earlier answer that we are taking the community mode of schools, and because schools grow as populations do, we are very hopeful that as the demand manifests itself, these schools are also going to start increasing in capacity. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in Kanchiwi, I think there are 3 or so schools which are not completed, and they are called secondary schools because people somewhere, they thought it was not wise to complete the schools for Kanchiwi constituency. Minister, if you go into a good number of rural constituencies, including Nyimba, you find that pupils, they are doing weekly boardings, and this has been the source of early pregnancies. And usually we talk about a girl child, but we usually forget the same person who is impregnating the girl child, and we have never looked at that, and this has affected us. Honorable Minister, since you are the one in charge of CDF, I know maybe we have done this, maybe we are doing this in Yimba, maybe others are not doing it. Don't you think it would be also wise that the schools in Kanchivia, which are not completed, but people, kids are going to those, our pupils are going to those schools, we give a directive that we start building we start building the boarding facilities for those kids of ours, so that we don't have a problem with our kids from where to sleep, so that we can do away with the early pregnancies on our children. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Education.
I admire the creativity of my colleague from Nyimba that is sneaking in a question for local government when the matter under discussion is under the Ministry of Education. But since we are one cabinet, I would like to say to the minister that under our decentralization policy and the devolution of power, the identification of projects such as what you are lamenting for now, the boarding facilities for children, must ordinarily emanate from the ward where the schools are. So to be crystal clear to you, if those requests come, we shall surely approve them under the Constituency Development Fund, because that has been our state of mind, that the desires of the people must manifest at the lowest organ of political order, which is the ward. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me also confirm that as part of our interventions in responding to the plight of the weekly boarders in Kanchivia, we are starting to look at construction of boarding facilities in selected schools. But looking at the size of the problem that we're seated with, this would still be a drop in the ocean. The more reason why we've brought this question for a boarding school. The implication, Madam Speaker, is that even as government has availed us an opportunity for scholarships for our boarders, you would find that the Okanchvia may only have 3 students in attending boarding schools outside Kanchvia. The more reason why we need this facility, so that even the money is allocated for boarding, for scholarship under the CDF would be channeled towards this particular institution within Kanchvia. As my colleague from Nyimba alluded to, we have John Mubanga Day Secondary School incomplete. We have Copper Day Secondary School incomplete. We have Kabinga Day Secondary School incomplete. The workers who work there, some of them have not been paid up to this day. Works were abandoned. Madam Speaker, if we said we use the CDF funds, it would just be, we would have to move the whole CDF to complete these structures. The more reason why we are knocking on the door of central government. Madam Speaker, coming to my question, would be grateful that in the shortest possible time, we are given, the roadmap when the stakeholder engagement would be, so that we quickly move towards identifying of this particular location. I think that was a comment, Madam Speaker. But thank you so much that there's already a plan to bring a boarding school to Kanchibia constituency.
Thank you. That was a comment. I'm sure you agreed that you will meet one of these days. I don't know if the minister wants to say something.
I want to just remind the colleague that his lamentations a function of legacy matters. You have lined up the schools that have not been completed, some of which schools may have commenced even under the previous, not the immediate previous administration, but the MMD. If you recall the president's speech, the speeches, as a matter of fact, to this house, around the issue of schools, he has made an undertaking that by the next couple of years, we should complete all the projects that were commenced by MMD, all the projects that were commenced by PF, in order for us to arrive at the net effect of how much the need will be at that point. Coming to the question now of eligibility of the boarding facility that you have now to channel it to the bursaries, to channel it to boarding facilities. I think that is a matter that we can discuss. It is not strange to me because there are many constituencies that have got money sitting in their account because they do not have enough learners to go to boarding school. I can confirm to you that Cabinet actually, maybe I should take advantage of this, and the circular will come as a result of that situation. There was lamentations from many MPs about the programs that they previously had to train nurses. And the leader of that crusade was Honorable Muchima from Munilunga to see if we could include the nurse learners on that program. And it was agreed by Cabinet that we must include them because what ended up happening is that as a result of not qualifying, some members of parliament started stressing and actually sponsoring the nurses themselves from their pockets. So this administration is going to respond positively to the needs of the local people. And if that becomes the case, just do a note for variation. And the money should not be allowed to sit in an account and utilized when the needs have been identified.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Honorable Minister, you did indicate that Kanchiwia will get the boarding secondary school in the third quarter of this year, and that it will take 3 years for that school to finish. And that it will take 3 years for that boarding school to finish. And that the stakeholders are supposed to sit and find the site, which they have not found. Now, what instructions are you giving to the people of Kanchiwia? When should they find this site? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister for Education.
Speaker, I thank the minister, the MP for Luano Mukush South for his question. It must be understood that Kanchiwia is a relatively newly created district because it was falling under Mpika not so long ago. And so it is so new to the effect that even at this point in time, as I'm speaking, we just under 3 months ago went to do the groundbreaking for the civic center in that place. And we are still in the process of establishing the district administration office in that particular constituency. The same applies to constituencies like Mwembeshi and Chikankata, those that were established just now. And Luwena, I'm told. So, Honorable Member of Parliament from Kush South, this engagement is a government program and it will happen much sooner than later, working in liaison with all the stakeholders again, because we are consultative. There are about 4 or 5 chiefs in that area. We have to speak to the chiefs just the way we consulted on the establishment of the district administration office, which they elected to be around Chalavesa, as against the argument that it should go to Kasongo to establish a site in the soonest possible time. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question will be from the Honorable Member for Iteji.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make a follow-up question to the case of Kanchiwia. Unless I didn't get you well, Minister, if this project will be funded under the Zip World Bank project, if so, there is experience elsewhere that these projects, they still have a component of a community participation. And with the removal of PTA funds, there is a temptation now by the communities not to be willing to participate in in projects that have got a community contribution component. Is it something that, as a ministry, it can be considered that they be funded 100% like the way the CDF projects are funded, and removing the community contribution component. Thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleague, for that question. In my answer, before I listed down the number of schools that we intend to build in Muchinga, I was very clear, and I'll repeat what I said, that the community mode of construction will continue to be used. And of course, the lessons there have been learned, and with your current concern of PTA fund having been excluded from the contribution of such a one model, I can only assure you, Honorable Member of Parliament, that we'll fill the gaps in more ways than one, because you know very well that under Constituency Development Fund, which has been broadened both in size and from 1.6 million kwacha, which was not there, to 28.3 million kwacha, which is there now. And we have, out of that 28.3 million kwacha SAR that is there, 60% of that is going to community projects. So I can confirm to you that it is within the qualification realm that we can fund this from the Constituent Development Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Presentation of Government Bill. The Honorable Acting Minister of Education.
I beg to present a bill entitled the Teaching Profession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4, 2023. The object of this bill is to amend the Teaching Profession Act 2013 so as to A, revise the functions of the Teaching Council of Zambia, and at B, to provide for matters connected or incidental to the foregoing.
Thank you. Let the bill be read the first time.
The Teaching Profession Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023.
The bill stands referred to the Committee on Education, Science and Technology. The committee is required to submit its report on the bill to the House by Wednesday, 22nd March 2023. Honorable members who wish to make submissions on the bill are free to do so within the program of work of the committee. Notice of motion. Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House urges government to put in place modalities.
There is a point of order from Honorable Member for Cheng. What's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and sincere apologies to the MP for Kamfisa to disturb his motion. Madam Speaker, I think according to our standing orders should be 132 or 135 when we talk about decorum of the House. Madam Speaker, I rise on a very serious point of order. Madam Speaker, this is an august House where we don't expect people to be chewing gums like Honorable Minister of Transport and Communication. I've been seeing a lot of them chewing. So I would like to find out, Madam Speaker, if chewing of chewing gums are allowed on the floor of the House. Maybe he has just swallowed it. I've been watching. But I need your serious indulgence, Madam Speaker. He's been chewing actually.
Order. Honorable members, I have before me here sweets. So when we eat the sweets, I don't know, do we chew or do we just swallow? So there's a thin line between chewing gum and sucking the sweets. But the standard procedure is that we don't chew gum in the House. So if the Honorable Minister is chewing gum, please may he try to dispose it off. And if he... Okay, he is showing that he has already swallowed it. Okay, let's make progress. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa may continue.
Thank you very much once again, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that this House urges government to put in place modalities for the transformation of Zambia into a 24-hour economy. I thank you.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Chilubi. The question is that this House urges government to put in place modalities for transforming Zambia into a 24-hour economy. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, I want to begin by thanking you most sincerely for allowing this motion to be tabled on the floor of this august House. I also want to thank the acting clerk of the National Assembly and his entire team, the research department, for providing the right input, Madam Speaker, in bringing this conversation to Parliament. I also want to thank you most sincerely, Madam Speaker, that every time I've brought motions before this august House, your office has been noble in allowing these motions to be debated. Madam Speaker, after I left university, my first professional assignment was at a company called Luansha Copper Mines. Madam Speaker, at Luansha Copper Mines, which is applicable to all the mining houses on the copper belt, and I believe it's the practice in Northwestern, copper production, Madam Speaker, is done in shifts. What normally happens, Madam Speaker, is that from 8 hours to a certain number of hours, there will be copper production. Immediately that copper is produced, Madam Speaker, there will be another shift of workers who will be employed to undertake the next shift. What we have learned over the years, Madam Speaker, from the mining houses in Zambia is that copper production, which is the backbone of our economy, is actually anchored on a 24-hour economy. Copper is not produced only for 8 hours of the day. What is produced, Madam Speaker, in a shift of 8 hours multiplied by 3 is basically a 24-hour economy. As I stand here, Madam Speaker, I want to draw this august House to the fact that there are already certain sectors, and the specific example is mining, where copper production is actually anchored on a 24-hour economy. What that means, Madam Speaker, is that we can draw lessons. We can actually draw lessons from sectors that require the right levels of productivity to ensure, Madam Speaker, that we produce enough for our country. The point I'm making, Madam Speaker, is that this motion that I have brought today to this august House is not about whether or not we need to have a 24-hour economy. I am very confident, Madam Speaker, that this august House agrees. I think all of us agree that yes, we need to move into that direction. The argument, Madam Speaker, is about the modalities. The conversation that we should be having, Madam Speaker, is what modalities government must put in place. And that is why I want to thank the research department, because the wording of the motion is very clear. We have all agreed that Zambia needs a 24-hour economy. What is a 24-hour economy, Madam Speaker? A 24-hour economy is basically an economy that allows 3 shifts in a day. The first workers work up to 8 hours. Immediately they knock off, Madam Speaker. There's demand for goods and services. There must be workers to attend to those who come in the next shift. After those knock off, Madam Speaker, we have learned in so many other countries that there's another set of workers who are employed to attend to those who want goods and services at a later time. So the issue here, Madam Speaker, is not whether we need a 24-hour economy or not. The issue here is how soon, what modalities can government take steps to put in place these modalities that will actualize the idea of a 24-hour economy. For those that may be aware, there are countries within Africa that have actually piloted this initiative. If you go to Uganda, Madam Speaker, in the city of Kampala, they are already piloting the process of a 24-hour economy. If you go to Kenya, Madam Speaker, they are already piloting the concept of a 24-hour economy. The idea, Madam Speaker, is that we can't have productivity only during the day. The idea, Madam Speaker, is that we need productivity beyond the normal working hours. And this is why, Madam Speaker, today, even as I was coming to this August House, I was very confident that if there's one motion that will be supported by everyone, it is a motion that deals with the economy of our country. It is a motion, Madam Speaker, that deals with creating new jobs, because currently, Madam Speaker, we only create jobs for people who report for work at 7 hours. We need jobs for people that are ready to work after working hours. Now, what are these modalities? Because for people to report for work at 20 hours, Madam Speaker, we need to improve security. For people in the tourism sector to be able to receive people from outside who would be able to go around the country and support the many other subsectors, Madam Speaker, we need security. So I call upon, even as I move this motion, Madam Speaker, that this is a motion that requires the urgent attention of the Ministry of Home Affairs. This is a motion, Madam Speaker, that requires the urgent attention of the Ministry of Commerce. Urgently.
Order, Honorable Member for Kamfinsa. There's a point of order from the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central. What's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order pursuant to Article 65, relevance. I didn't want, Madam Speaker, to disturb the honorable member, who I trust very much. But what he's saying in relation to his own motion, I'm finding it misplaced, quite displaced, displaced and misplaced. Madam Speaker, the motion is printed in black on a green paper. It reads, I want to read exactly, Madam Speaker, so that I'm not... wait. It reads, and I quote, transform into a 24-hour economy. That this House urges the government to put in place modalities for transforming Zambia into a 24-hour. 24. My interest, the catching word here is 24 hours.
Order, Honorable Member for Kalabo. Order, Honorable Member for Kalabo. Probably you can debate instead of raising a point of order. So the Honorable Member for Kamfinsa can continue. But please, as you continue, don't bring the research department into your debate. They were just helping you formulate the motion. It was an administrative matter. It's your motion, so debate it as such. Proceed.
Madam Speaker, before I was disturbed, I was emphasizing a point. The point I'm emphasizing, Madam Speaker, without any contradiction, is that there are two things in the motion. in the motion, there's a word that needs to be underlined, which is modalities. There's also a word that needs to be underlined in the motion, which is putting in place. Madam Speaker, when a policy and a thought and an idea has been agreed upon through national consensus, when stakeholders, when the business community has said we are ready to run shops beyond normal working hours, what remains there for Madam Speaker are modalities. This is why this motion, Madam Speaker, is dealing with modalities. And I was emphasizing, Madam Speaker, before the interruption, that we have sectors that are ready to provide lessons. Because when you are implementing an idea, Madam Speaker, you need to draw lessons. And one of the lessons that are relevant to this conversation are the lessons that we've learned from the mining sector. Madam Speaker, I also mentioned earlier on that we've got countries that have piloted this initiative. The idea, Madam Speaker, is that with this national consensus on what we need to do, for municipal services to be provided even in the evening, because sometimes we have workers only wanting to report for work at 8 hours. When, Madam Speaker, they can clean the streets of our cities, by the time morning comes, the city is clean. Municipal services can be provided in the evening, Madam Speaker, if we have the right modalities. The modalities, Madam Speaker, I'm referring to are security. The modalities I'm referring to, Madam Speaker, is a change in culture, in the thinking of our people. If our people believe that they can only work during the day, then we need to raise awareness. That is the role of government. So as I stand here, Madam Speaker, this motion is about our economy. This motion is about the people out there who are saying, we feel this can happen. Can we pilot it? We have cities in Zambia, Lusaka, Ndola, Livingstone. They are ready to pilot this project if government says, can you pilot it? And that is why I'm standing here, Madam Speaker. This is a motion about creating new jobs. This is a motion, Madam Speaker, about new incomes. This is a motion that allows us to do what should be done. If we don't do this today, Madam Speaker, we don't put the modalities in place, it will be sitting that there's national consensus, we've agreed. It will not happen. We have to pilot it. We have to put modalities in place. And I am confident that members of parliament that are gathered here today are aware that this is not our conversation. This is a conversation for our public, for the members of the public. That is why, Madam Speaker, when we bring motions here, it's not about the 156 MPs. It is about the country, Madam Speaker. So I'm confident, even as I wind up my debate, that both the left and the right will agree with me that the issue is not whether we should transform Zambia into a 24-hour economy or not. That we've already done. We've already agreed that we need to have a 24-hour economy. What we've not agreed is how soon these modalities could be put in place. So, Madam Speaker, I'm grateful on behalf of the people of Kamfinsa for the opportunity to share my thoughts, representing the business community out there, representing the many people that are saying, can we try this? Can the modalities be put in place? Once we do this, Madam Speaker, we'll create new jobs. We'll have municipal services done in the evening. We'll have clean cities. We'll have so many progress made over a very short period of time. If we don't do this, Madam Speaker, our neighbors will have the age that they're supposed to have. That will be cheaper. They'll come into our economy, we'll be complaining. Yet we have the opportunity today to produce enough for local consumption and for export. I thank you as I look at the time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Oh, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Chiruvi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving people of Chiruvi an opportunity to second the motion. Madam Speaker, I'll write on what the mover of the motion has already said, that the motion that we have before this House is non-controversial. It's non-controversial because examples are abound in Zambia. Madam Speaker, let me give an example of what the mover of the motion mentioned. in 1973, we had the 24-hour economy in the mines, where the Zambia at that point, because of the 8 hours division of the 24-hour economy, produced 750,000 metric tons of copper, which was under ZCCM then. If you compare 1973 to today we are still producing around 800,000 metric tons of copper, which will show that that 24-hour trade in the mines encouraged high productivity. Madam Speaker, the motion before us is non-controversial because it's meant to steer economic growth. When we look at documents like the 8th National Development Plan, the 2030 Vision 2030, and many other documents that control the drive of our economy, you find that most of them are speaking to the issue of value addition. Madam Speaker, may I protect? There's a lot of noise that is disturbing my ears this side. Yeah.
Order. There's just a lot of whispering. Honorable members, as we consult, let's speak very softly. If we can't speak softly, then maybe we can get out, have a chat, consult, and then come back, so that the honorable member, we can hear his points. May the honorable member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, is that a lot of documents are supportive of the motion before us. They are supportive because they are encouraging value addition. Zambia is well gifted, is well endowed in terms of natural resources. We have raw materials that are yet to be converted into either primary industry processes or secondary industry processes. But that demands a night economy and a night workforce, meaning that when we capture, we factor into the production of this, you find that the 24-hour economy that we are promoting now is going to take base. Madam Speaker, the modalities we are talking about today, putting them in context, is that we need to anchor them into a legal framework. We need to anchor them into a policy framework. Currently, we know that there are companies that are running around the issue of a 24-hour economy. For instance, filling stations, that is an example of what is a 24-hour economy is, and many other. But that is not policy spread to different companies that are involved in production. Madam Speaker, I know that those that oppose the idea would bring in the debate, among other things, that it may cause noise, traffic, alcohol consumption, and crime increase. But research has been done that when we look at the cities which do not sleep, that is among them, and on top is Cairo, which is in Egypt. And I think one of the noisiest cities in the world, which falls on the cities which do not sleep, but ranked at 18th in terms of a night life and production, is New York, which is not even linked, nowhere near Cairo, which is in Africa. Madam Speaker, other reasons that people advance are natural scantians, rhythms, which are associated with things like metabolic problems, sleeping disorder, and the like. But that can be cured, Madam Speaker, by factoring in shifts, which are the move of the motion said should be divided into 8 hours each. Madam Speaker, when we are promoting the 24 hours economy, and especially if modalities are put in place through a sound legal framework, through a sound policy framework, an environment to produce more is created. An environment for better quality is created. An environment for job creation is created. Currently, everybody is depending on government to employ people. But government cannot employ that much. And when we look at government, it's depending on the issue of the budget and depleting the budget. Madam Speaker, I would like to demonstrate that we are getting, for salaries and other things, we are getting more than 53% of our national budget in terms of civil service force. But when we encourage a 24-hour economy, it is going to encourage the private sector to come on board and lift the pressure from government to employ the citizens who have got different skills in different fields. Madam Speaker, I would be doing a disservice to this motion if I do not state that apart from just job creation, the 24-hour economy creates production, as I've already underscored, better performance, higher levels of production, quality service, and better products. Madam Speaker, I would just like to urge the members of parliament who desire to contribute to this motion that it is a non-controversial motion, and it's a motion that we all, if we mean well in supportive, especially of the 8th National Development Plan, we should embrace, such that at the end of the day, we are talking about, we are walking the talk as we talk about job creation, which cannot just be triggered by government machinery, but by the private sector. Currently, most of our people are also in informal employment. If they are in informal employment, government is a dream facilitator of the economy. Government can only do the regulations. Government can only facilitate an environment in which every citizen can find their food for survival. So we are submitting this motion, Madam Speaker, that it is going to help in many areas than we desire. And before we realize, the Zambia, as we call it, as a poor country, which is, in terms of resources, is on number 4 in Africa. If my memory serves me right, it means that it would have tapped those natural resources that we have not been utilizing properly and turning them into value addition. And the only route is the 24-hour economy, as it is suggested. What is missing is the modalities. That should invite the legal framework. That should invite the policy framework. Madam Speaker, I move my case at this point.
Thank you. That was the second. Is the motion opposed? Yes. Okay. The Honorable Member for Bwengwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Wengwa to debate about this motion on transforming Zambia into 24-hour economy. The economy is very good, Madam. The motion which has been brought on the floor of this House is very good. It's a very good motion. But only that it is a copycat motion. It was on 29th of September last year, 2022. Madam, where the President had a conference, and I quote, okay, 24-hour economy, this will enhance national productivity. And this was on 29th of September 2022. President Hakainde Hichilema addresses delegates during the first ever China-Zambia Trade and Investment Forum at the Mlungushi International Conference Center in Lusaka. The government is actively considering the prospects of introducing a 24-hour economy in Zambia. President Hakainde Hichilema has announced. To this effect, President Hichilema has directed Home Affairs and Internal Security, Minister Jack Mwimbu, to ensure the security, to ensure the country's security system was watertight to enable factories and other businesses to operate in day and night shifts. Now, this a copycat motion which has just come on the floor of this House. I think it's not something which we can support because we are, as government, we are already implementing it. Okay? As government of UPND, the President already announced that
Order. The leader of opposition, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this point of order. Madam Speaker, the member on the floor is calling this motion a copycat motion. in his wisdom, this particular idea came from His Excellency the President when he was at a forum. Madam Speaker, is the member in order to call this a copycat motion when the PF manifesto, which was launched in 2021, actually provides for a 24-hour economy? Is it in order to mislead the nation that this idea originated from the President, and yet in the PF manifesto, which was launched in 2021, provides for a 24-hour economy? We are ready to lay the PF manifesto on the floor so that you can see exactly that this idea did not come yesterday, but was there as early as 2021. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The motion is on the floor of the House to be debated. The idea could have been started by anyone, but right now what we are considering is the motion on the floor. So we cannot describe it as a copycat motion. So the Honorable Member for Wenga is out of order for calling the motion as a copycat motion. May the Honorable Member for Wenga continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Speaker. Honorable Madam Speaker, yes, I may not argue because I've never gone through the PF manifesto. And I've never even seen it because even during the 10-year rule of PF, I've never heard even the President here when he was addressing a nation, even Parliament, talking about the 24-hour economy, not in any speech. And this thing, we only heard it last year when the President here had a conference, when he announced about it. That's the only period I heard about this thing. And it's already in the pipeline. Then even to subject it to voting, I don't think we can start voting something which the government is already implementing. Because the government is already in, the government failed to implement. We are now busy actualizing and putting things in order so that we can make sure that this thing or the pronouncement which was done or which was given by the President can be actualized as soon as possible. Otherwise, this motion, I can simply say, Madam, not say that anyway it's a copycat, and they are just anyway trying to exactly going through, okay, the steps of the President where he already announced. And in our language, we say, like for the drafters of this motion, I can simply describe them, I can simply describe him as Gianio. This is what we say. Okay. Yeah, Gianio, it means that, copying, all right? No, copying or exactly trying, okay? Trying to imitate exactly what your friend is already doing. This is what we say, no, this is the meaning of Gianio. This is what the move of this motion is trying to bring on the floor of this motion. Otherwise, the President is already on it, and the government is already on it, and we are not ready even to start voting something which we are already implementing. Madam Speaker, let me thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make a few comments on the motion ably moved by the Honorable MP for Kamfinsa and seconded by the Honorable MP for Chilubi. And this motion, which is seeking to urge government to put modalities in place to implement the 24-hour economy. And I'm happy that the Honorable MP for Bwengwa acknowledges that the President has made lamentations. Our role here as an institution which offers oversight functions is to let the government implement that which they promise. So there's nothing wrong with this motion that has been moved by the Honorable MP. And this brings me to one point that I would want to make, Madam Speaker, that when motions come to this August House, we must remove political lenses. We have it in the manifesto, and the president has acknowledged it, that it is something that is viable. What do we do? Because we are part of government. And what the honorable member is doing is just the right thing. I wanted to remember one motion which was brought here by the honorable MP for Petauke Central, where I was urging government to adjust the amount of forex that should be deposited in the bank. Here, the motion was described to be a brought-in date. A few months later, it had to take the president to invite business community, businessmen, who went and sat with him at State House. What was among the resolutions? This matter of adjusting the amount and threshold of how much forex can be deposited. So, are we moving at the same pace with the president? These are the questions we should be asking. The president was acknowledging that, yes, this must be done, presented by the business community. Here, we had honorables they could describe in the motion as BID. So, let's learn to remove political lenses as we look at these matters when they are brought here. The president is lamenting about hard work and enhancing production. How do we achieve that? The honorable mover of the motion, the honorable MP who moved the motion, was just giving an example of what happens in the mining sector, where production is 24 hours. We have seen companies that are in production. Let's take, for example,
Order, honorable members. It's not a point of order. The honorable member is debating. Let's pay attention to what is happening. Order, order. He was still thinking about the Kazungura Sisheke Road. If it's him who would say that. Proceed, the honorable member.
Yeah, so what we are saying, Madam Speaker, is this, that how much can we double production? Take companies, for example, Trade Kings, which has been expanding, local company, started by indigenous Zambians, who are now producing all sorts of, products. They can't do that in 8 hours. So, there are lessons that we can learn. And we are talking about value chain. We are saying, let's go into value chain. Let's not just get, our materials, our Zambian natural capital, and export them in raw form. We need to do value chain so that we can have products. That's an area where you can create jobs, Madam Speaker. Creating jobs is in the private sector. And suggestions such as the one coming with this manifesto, with this motion, is the way to go. Employing 20 teachers or 2,000 teachers is a normal routine work of any government. That's not job creation. So if we are talking about serious job creation, it's motions such as this one that we should encourage. What has been done before, so far? The honorable leader of opposition was talking about this issue for us as having been in the manifesto on page 9, where we are saying make Zambia a 24-hour economy, thereby creating 3 shifts to enhance job creation. We are all speaking the same language. If you look at, Madam Speaker, if you have been moving around Lusaka, CBD, Copperbelt, if you selected cities, you have seen the installations of cameras by the Minister of Home Affairs. And I think the Minister of Home Affairs who has been requested by the President to put modalities to ensure that there is security to cover this. There is a lot that has been done. Meaning, all our public facilities can be monitored 24 hours by the law enforcement. Those are the cameras you are seeing. Our roads can be monitored. Our shopping malls can be monitored 24/7. So, in short, modalities are already some in place. We just need to do more. Local government, what should be the local authorities do in terms of changing these regulations that limit people's movements in the night, limit people's trading hours? through this local authorities legislation. These are the things that we should be doing. So, in short, Madam Speaker, for the Home Affairs, I think they are already moving in terms of security infrastructure to facilitate this 24-hour economy. Hard work that the President is talking about is the way to go. So if, let's say, an agro-productive, like we used to have in the past, we used to have Zamhot cultural products. Those are the things that we should be thinking of bringing back to support the agricultural sector. We then enhance the food supply chain. If an institution which is working 8 hours, for example, doubles its working capacity, they had 20 people working, there will be need to double for these 3 shifts to be implemented. So you are creating jobs. You can't create jobs in the public sector. You can employ doctors, that's normal routine work of the government as the population is growing. So the motion moved by the Honorable MP for Kamfisa, Madam Speaker, is indeed something that we can all support. If indeed we are supporting what the President is calling for, hard work and nothing else that is going to transform the economy of our nation. So, to our colleagues who are thinking, no, it was started by this, it was started by PF, we are all speaking the same language. We are all Zambians and want to see Zambia a better place for all of us and for the generations that are coming behind us to come and enjoy and appreciate that they were leaders who were thinking ahead. So, this motion, Madam Speaker, is supported by all of us on your left, and we expect our colleagues to remove the political lens as we consider this motion.
Order.
I thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's a point of order. Honorable Minister for Health.
No, it's not a point of order. I just wanted to do debate. As in.
Okay. I will call on the ministers later. First, let the backbenchers debate. The independents have not had an opportunity. The Honorable Member for Nkana.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you for giving me an opportunity to equally add a voice on this motion that has ably been moved by my counterpart from Kamfinsa, Honorable Christopher Kangombe, who is urging government to transform Zambia into a 24-hour economy. Madam Speaker, I'm afraid that I will sound monotonous and like a broken record because almost everything that is to be said has already been said. And still, for those who would want to oppose, there's literally nothing to say. But we would like to be on record, and that is why I want to add a few remarks on this motion. Number one, Madam Speaker, it's important for us to simply understand this for the benefit of those who may be listening to this conversation. A 24-hour economy literally means us operating or trading 24 hours, meaning in the day and in the night. Madam Speaker, is it strange? Because when we discuss this motion, Madam Speaker, it is pertinent for us to answer, or rather ask ourselves and answer just a few questions. Is it strange to ask that we trade or we act as a 24-hour economy? No, Madam Speaker, it is not strange because this phenomenon is happening everywhere. There are a lot of members of parliament here who have driven .com cars, who have gone to Kariakoo in Tanzania. And when you go there, Madam Speaker, our colleagues in Tanzania are operating from morning throughout into the night. So it's not strange because our neighbors are doing it. Our neighbors are doing it in South Africa, in Botswana. Everywhere you go, Madam Speaker, today, everybody is going 24 hours because that's the only way to create opportunities. Why do we need a 24-hour economy, Madam Speaker? We need a 24-hour economy so that we can address issues of productivity. Madam Speaker, for a small economy like Zambia, the only way we can advance or we can improve our economy is if we are productive. There's no better way to be productive other than to increase productive hours. The only way you can increase productive hours, Madam Speaker, is if you operate throughout the morning and day up to the night. Is it strange, Madam Speaker? No, Madam Speaker, it's not strange. Because, in fact, Zambia is operating a 24-hour economy except in facets. It's not full scale. My colleagues have given examples of where a 24-hour economy is being, is operating. If you go into the mining sector, for us who come from the copper belt, we are even used. We know our people go into the mining companies in the night. Is it strange, Madam Speaker? No, it's not strange, because if you are stranded in the night, if you are traveling, for some of us who travel after working hours here at Parliament, going back to our constituents, we travel throughout the night to go to our constituents. We have to refuel. Can you imagine, Madam Speaker, if filling stations started closing up, how stranded people can be? The transport sector, Madam Speaker, is one such example that operates 24 hours, save for truckers who were stopped to be operating beyond 24 hours, rather beyond 21 hours. But any other person who would like to travel, they travel overnight. So it is not strange, Madam Speaker, to suggest that Zambia can introduce a full-scale 24-hour economy. Now, Madam Speaker, very simply, we are basically saying the wheels and the engine of the economy must never let to go to sleep. That is what basically Kangombe, or Honorable Kangombe, is urging government. I call him Kangombe because he's my colleague, so you can understand. But in simple terms, this motion is basically saying, colleagues in Parliament, you cannot allow the engines and the wheels of the economy to go to sleep. In a country as small in size of the economy as Zambia, in a country that is grappling with issues of unemployment. Because, Madam Speaker, what it means is that you would have created two shifts. For any given position, you would have created two shifts. For those that are going to be working in the morning up to evening, or rather early evening, and those that are going to work throughout the night. So you would have addressed the issues of unemployment if you improved or worked on the issue of a 24-hour economy. Do we need it, Madam Speaker? And I'm glad Honorable Kasauta from Wengwa has actually brought an issue of the principle number one, having agreed that we actually do need a 24-hour economy. I don't even understand why my elder brother would want then to say against the principle. It's an head-off. When the president makes a pronouncement, let's go to a 24-hour economy, you cannot stand in this parliament and object what the president would want to achieve. It's an head-off. It's an head-off. You are contradicting what the president envisions to do. Madam Speaker, this economy needs to grow. The only way we can grow...
Oh, sorry, there is a point of order. The honorable member for Wengo, what's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, Honorable Madam Speaker, the member debating right now on the floor of the House, I think should not mislead this nation. I said the president, okay? My point of order is the president standing order 65, okay? I said in my debate that the president announced this last year in September, and that himself right now and his government is already implementing this issue, which is already on the floor of this House. Now, is he in order to mislead this country that I'm against the pronouncement which the principal made last year when... hey, can you shut up?
Order.
Shut up.
Order, honorable members. Can we have some order? Okay. Okay, can we tone down, please? We are all one family. Proceed.
Yes. In my debate, I said the president announced this last year. And it is the reason why I even asked that, why are you bringing this motion which the government is already implementing right now? But we are bringing the motion which is already being undertaken
okay, by this New Dawn regime. Why bringing it here? Because we are already working it. Now is the Honorable Member of Parliament who is debating for Nkana in order to say that I'm against the President when I said that the President is already on it and his New Dawn government. Is he in order to mislead this country? Thank you so much, Madam.
Order, honorable members. In fact, this idea of bringing the president in your debates is not allowed by our standing orders. What's the standing order now? I just want to go to the standing order. Yeah? 65, okay. Honorable members, as we debate, we are not supposed to bring in the name of the president to tilt or to influence the debate. I'm referring the honorable members to Standing Order 65 2C, which says a member who is debating shall not use the president's name to influence debate. So, honorable members, as we debate, let's take the president out. Let's debate on factual issues, bring out points without bringing in the name of the president. So both the honorable members were out of order for bringing the name of the president in your debate. May the honorable member continue as guided.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the guidance, especially the member of Wenga was out of order. Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, I was stating that...
Order, honorable member. The order, both of you. The duty of finding members out of order resides in the presiding officer, not in the honorable members. The honorable member continue.
Well guided, Madam Speaker. Let me wind up by stating, or rather asking a question as I wind up. What therefore is needed to make Zambia a 24-hour economy? I think, Madam Speaker, this is the reason why the mover of the motion brought this motion into this House. Modalities on how we can make this a reality. Because like I stated, Madam Speaker, this is already happening in different facets. All that the mover of the motion is trying to urge government is to make it a reality at full scale. But the question is, what do we need to make this happen? What we need, Madam Speaker, is enhancing security. Have we started going towards that? Yes, we have. Because, Madam Speaker, with security, all we need is to have surveillance cameras everywhere. I think Honorable Jack Mwimbu would agree with me that the police have erected surveillance cameras all around the country. I think the pilot project was done in Kitwe, along the line of rail. So the efforts is already on paper and in action. What do we need, Madam Speaker? We need street lighting. Not even for the 24-hour economy. For the sake of security, Madam Speaker, we need our streets to be lit. It will help our people to trade. It will help our people to go about. Madam Speaker, we need the presence of the police throughout our corners of this country for us to be able to trade 24 hours. Madam Speaker, I come from Luapula. It is not strange for us to operate in the night, because actually, in the night is when we go fishing. I did not mean we fly in the night. Certain people want to insinuate or think that I'm talking about witchcraft. No, Madam Speaker, I am basically stating for some of us who come from Luapula, actually we play in the night because we go fishing in the night. So a 24-hour economy, actually, Madam Speaker, is happening as we speak in Mununga, where I come from. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to be on record to support this very progressive motion. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fishing and mining. Fishing and mining. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central, I don't know if you wanted to debate. Oh, okay. The Honorable Member for Mwembeji.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me time to add a word to the motion brought by the Honorable Member. And Madam Speaker, sometimes you realize that in life there are a lot of people who want to appear making headlines. Headlines are, Madam Speaker, I don't know, when you're making headlines, sometimes you want to see that you are the originator of something, or you are the one who has woken up to bring such an ideology. So you come in a public place like the parliament here because you know that you have got the leeway to talk and talk the way you want to talk. Because, Madam Speaker, here what we are doing, if you have seen, when people say that people can waste taxpayers' time, this is part of wasting people's taxpayers' time. Why do I say so, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I want to qualify one statement.
Order. Honorable members, this is a debate. He's putting up his point. You respond. No, let's make progress. We are wasting our time also. In terms of, please, honorable members, you debate. We are not here to waste the taxpayers' time. We are working. Whatever the debate is, we are all working. So proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When someone is debating, he has got his own opinion. Challenge me. The issue here, Madam Speaker, which I'm saying, it is better for my brothers to bring a question and answer session to ask the government, how far have you gone in implementing the measures to make this economy run 24 hours, than bringing a motion so that you appear tomorrow that you are the one who brought a motion of 24 hours. Madam Speaker, the issue here is that the government is already working on this one. And we are here on Friday. I will raise a question to our Honor the Vice President, how far they have gone, or to the Minister of Home Affairs, I will raise a question. How far have you gone to make sure that there is security in this country? Because this thing is already happening. Rather than bringing a motion to show to us that when we refuse it, you start saying, no, these people, they just like refusing motions. When you want to bring a motion, why do you want to second yourselves? Bring it also to us, we are backbenchers, so that we share ideas. And then if we want to second, we second together because all of us are backbenchers. So the issue here, Madam Speaker, is that this motion, its intention is not to make the country run 24 hours. Its intention is to make known that we are also proposing motions. But because the government is already implementing this motion...
Order, honorable member for... This motion was duly processed and allowed by my office. So please, let's debate on the issues. Proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's why initially when I said that wasting taxpayers' money and time is because some issues which are brought are processed. They respect because we are members of parliament, not that there is substance in it. There is no substance in this issue because the substance of the matter is that the government is already implementing. And since government is already implementing, what we are trying to ask here is that how far have you gone? And the qualification is, if you go to KCM, there are 3 shifts. Go to Nampundo, there are already 3 shifts there. Go to the sugar company at Sebo, there are already 3 shifts there. Go to Trade Kings, there are already 3 shifts there. So what are you talking about? So in this issue, when you are trying to... The police are working 24 hours. The hospitals are already working 24 hours. So when you want to bring that qualification, what do you want to justify? The whole issue here is that we can ask the Minister of Home Affairs, even the filling station, yes. The only issue we can do now is to come here and ask Her Honor the Vice President and say, what are you doing as government to make sure that the town center, like Lusaka City Center, are you putting enough security so that this which has been actualized already is going to be running? You go, okay, in Kitwe there, have you put enough cameras? Those which were put, are they enough to cater for this? But if you start saying that you bring emotion so that we debate the modalities, no, Madam Speaker, this thing is ill-placed. And that's why I'm saying that the ideal situation is that we need now to put government on the pedal by asking what they have done, because they are already doing that thing. By reinventing the wheel as though it is, we are starting anew, so that tomorrow we are seeing the newspaper that, no, one backbencher has actually urged the government to start working 24 hours. It's not here and there. Because I can tell you, even here at Parliament, there are people who are working 24 hours by the gate. So what are we talking about? Madam Speaker, some of these motions, they must also be rejected, not presented on this House. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Madam, thank you so much. Honorable Kangombe, thank you for bringing this motion. And to you, Honorable Fube, I thank you for seconding it. Madam Speaker, this is a motion that has excited both the sitting President, His Excellency, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, and the former President.
Order, Honorable Member. Please do not bring the names of the presidents in your debate. Just debate the issues.
Madam Speaker, both the United Party for National Development and the PF are excited about this motion. It demonstrates continuity. And I will ask a question to the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs. How many more cameras do you have to put in this country to add to what PF put to complete this modality of cameras? Madam Speaker, is there a problem in bringing a motion to urge government to do or to implement their own idea? Is there a problem to actualize their own idea? There is no problem. I am shocked at the revelation that when a government promulgates an idea, the government should not be talked to. We should just look and say, whenever they are going to come, it will happen. It's backwardness. Madam Speaker, transform this environment so as to create it in a manner that supports a 24-hour economy, which President Hakainde wants to see. So what do you do? What do you do to transform it? Madam Speaker, improve security. Let's urge our minister to improve security. All the phases of security, responses, rapid responses must be seen to be on top of things. Improve communication so that even when there's an incident in Mtendere, the police should be informed quickly so that we have a situation where government responds to incidences as the economy is going on. Madam Speaker, at a time when the economy is so troubled, most of the things we do as leaders must be demand-driven. Let someone tell me that there's no need for jobs in this country. Let someone tell me that there's no need for business in this country. I'll be shocked. The UPND government is desperate to create jobs. The UPND government is desperate to create opportunities. Would you say this particular issue, because it's coming from Honorable Kangombe, it should not be undertaken? Because it was seconded by the government must not act. Because the former president mentioned it, it should not be done. Because the idea was mentioned in some meeting by the current president, it should not be done. I think, Madam Speaker, we ought to become serious One more modality. One more modality, Madam Speaker. Improve health services delivery. Ensure that in those areas where there is primary health care which close at 17 hours, they extend their working hours to the whole day and the whole night. So that just in case there is an incident somewhere, it is easier for that worker working in the night. It is easier for that trader, for that customer transacting business in the night to access health care. Madam Speaker, I see no reason as to whatsoever why a motion so well put can be rejected by anyone who thinks for the country, by anyone who thinks for those graduates who are looking for jobs and they can't find the jobs because the job market is saturated. I see no reason. I see no reason why anyone should stand up and say this is a bad motion, when in fact, even when the government was talking about this particular motion, they were not talking modalities, but they were talking 24 hours. Then a good MP comes and says, look at the modalities which are hindering this progress. Put them in place. And honestly, you want to come and say, no, we shouldn't do this. Think about how many jobs will be created, madam. I think that the livelihood of the Zambian people will be improved. For me, I'll only thank the UPND for continuing the legacy of PF by ensuring, and I say so because this legacy is clear. You can tell from how many cameras, you can tell from the PF manifesto, and for UPND to have continued is a good idea, which I support. And I cannot say because it's UPND I'm not supporting. Madam Speaker, this must be supported by all well-meaning Zambians, by all well-meaning representatives of Zambians who are in dire need of employment. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Momba.
Finally, Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity also to add the word. And also just to thank the mover and the seconder of this motion. Madam Speaker, on account of principle, and I will not take long, I will not support this motion. Madam Speaker, for any economy to do well, you need principles, which the PF didn't have. Madam Speaker, there's no need, in fact, to push for, to create modalities to transform Zambia into a 24-hour economy. Because if this thing is seamless, where the economy can move without any triggers. Now, our colleagues in the PF, now they have the energy, very big energy to debate about such issues. Madam Speaker, there are things which we need to look at human beings for us to improve the way we do with things. Our president, although you have said we should not talk about these issues, is on record that the corruption of the past, the corruption of the present, and the corruption of the future will not be entertained. Zambia now as a country, if you look back 10 years ago to 2021, if our colleagues there in the PF handled this country well, our economy was going to be doing very well. When you talk about issues of moving the economy forward, you need to look at issues such as corruption. The amount of corruption that was in PF, Madam Speaker, took us back 20 years ago. How then now does someone want to come to urge us to create modality if it was not even specific? And I want to thank the Member of Parliament for Nkana and the Honorable Member of Parliament for Lunte, because they have
Honorable Member for Mpika, this is a debate. Well, if you have any point, when you are given an opportunity, or a member from your party is given an opportunity, you can respond. Sorry. The issues of PF and UPND was broad. So the Honorable Member is just reacting to that debate.
Madam Speaker, I was saying, I'm grateful to the Honourable Member of Parliament for Nkana and the Honourable Member of Parliament for Lunti. At least they have tried to articulate the things which the mover should have highlighted. Because the mover was not specific about what should be done. But in all fairness, to say this, our colleagues, the PF, the energy now they have in discussing these issues, this is the energy with the principle, with integrity. They should have started doing when they were in office. Now, that's when now they want to come on board to urge us to do things which they failed. I want to just rely on one thing. Corruption is a cancer. And the amount of corrupt activities you did, the amount of corrupt activities you did.
Order, Honorable Member for Momba. Order, Honorable Members. Order. Honorable Members, let's not go away from the motion. Let's stick to the motion to avoid acrimony in the House. Stick to the motion, please don't go outside, and don't repeat yourselves. Because from what I've heard, members keep on repeating the same points. May the Honorable Member continue.
Madam Speaker, let me give you an example. You know, one of the economy that which is operating 24 hours example is the hotel industry. I want to give an example. The hotel industry. Between 2011 and 2021, whoever was known to own a lodge, whoever was known to own a hotel, and they aligned these to UPND, the PF, they gave orders to the ministries to ensure that no workshops under government were given to those. What did that entail?
Order, Honorable Member. Order. We are drifting. Order, Honorable Members. Order. We are drifting away from the motion. Let's stick to the motion. Honorable Members, let's stick to the motion and let's listen, please. Let's stick to the motion. We started very well, but then suddenly we are drifting away. Honorable Member for Momba, continue as guided. Stick to the motion.
Madam Speaker.
Orders, the time is 16:40. I suspend business for 20 minutes for health break.
Thank you so much for still staying with us on Parliament Television. The House has gone for 20 minutes healthy break, and at the time business was interrupted, the House was considering a motion which was moved by Kamfinsa Member of Parliament, Mr. Christopher Kangombe, urging government to put in place modalities for transforming Zambia into a 24-hour economy. And this motion was seconded by Chilubi Member of Parliament, Mr. Mulenga Fuli. At the time, business was interrupted. It was Momba Member of Parliament, Mr. Fred Jatila, who was debating.
Of course, before this motion, we had the presentation of a government bill by the Acting Minister of Education, Honorable Gary Nkombo. That's the Teaching Profession Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, which seeks to amend the Teaching Profession Act. And the bill was actually read the first time and has been referred to the Committee on Education, Science and Technology for examination until Wednesday, 22nd March 2022. We did have an announcement, wasn't it?
Yes, we had an announcement earlier in the day, and this is where Madam Speaker did acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of Dr. Sanguma El Musai, second Vice President of the Parliament of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Madam Speaker Dido will come the guest. We'll give you more details of what the business that have been considered on the floor of the House just before we cross back to the floor of the House for the commencement of the second meeting. Keep watching Parliament Television.
It's only 1 minute. Meet Ms. Maureen Mabonga, Member of Parliament from Fuwe in Eastern Province under the Patriotic Front. Ms. Mabonga is the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources and the Committee on Local Governance, Housing and Chiefs Affairs, respectively. Miss Mawonga is cool, calm, and collected.
Maureen Mawonga was born in 1984 on 30th March from a family of 11, and I'm the last born. We were 11 of us, six from one mother, one father. Yes, we had 6 boys, and girls were five of us. But now we are 5, 6 have gone, and we are 5.
She says growing up in a huge family was an amazing experience because she got all the attention from her siblings, being the last born.
Growing up in a huge family is good, and for me, I had a very happy childhood because, like I've already stated, I grew up with my mother and my father. And being the last born, I think I received the best care. I was loved by everybody, my brothers and my sisters.
The 11th.
The 11th, yes. Yeah, so it was interesting, and we had a very happy family, and we've grown up to be very very close to each other. And I think growing up also in a big family it presents you with so many opportunities to interact. So we have a very big family, and as you know, friends of your brothers and friends of your sisters, they also become your friends and things like that. So I had a very good childhood. I was born in by then in Pika, that is now Lavush Manda. I was born there and I grew up there. I spent my primary education in Lavush Manda at Monunga Primary School. And from there I moved to Luapula, Mebosho. That's where I did my junior secondary. After grade 10, then from grade 10 I moved to Luansha at Twashuka High School. After secondary education, I did so much. I've done so many courses in trying to see what really I want. I started with business administration. I did business administration with University of Zambia, and I also did project management. I've also done counseling. I've done quite a number of programs. I also did education at diploma level at the David Livingstone College of Education, and finally I pursued a degree in agriculture with the Information Communication University. So that's my highest level of qualification.
And which companies did you work for?
I've worked for, I was in the civil service shortly before I joined politics. I've worked for non-government organizations, CBNRM, Zambia Community-Based Natural Resource Management Forum, and I've also worked for an organization called Tuafane Christian Community Care in Kitwe. So basically, my experience has been in non-government organizations for about eight years or so, and then 3 years I worked in the civil service as a teacher. So I started with Zimba. I was posted to Zimba. My first posting was to Zimba, and then I was at Smonga Secondary School. So that is where I retired from, I can say.
Miss Mawonga is married and has 3 children.
I'm married. I'm very married to Francis Kauma, a very good husband, handsome also. Yes, and I've got 3 kids. I've got 2 boys and a girl. So the first born is Lubuto and is 11 years old. Then the second one is Mapalo Kauma, and is 9 years old. Then the last one is Malaika, and she's 2 years.
She has always wanted to be a politician from childhood. She recalls how she supported the movement for multi-party democracy MMD then, and later joined the Patriotic Front PF in 2005.
Even if I was growing up as a quiet person, I loved politics, and yes, I loved politics from childhood. And most people that would ask me, I would tell them, because for me at that time, my only understanding was you can either be a minister or what. I didn't know about being a member of parliament. So I would tell people when they asked me to say, what are you going to be? I remember always telling people that I'm going to be a minister. I've always wanted to do politics, yes. And even as I was pursuing whatever I was pursuing, even in terms of studies, I think I was preparing for such a career. I've always wanted to do politics. I was a supporter of MMD. You wouldn't believe that. I was a supporter of MMD, and I loved President Mwanawasa. May he so rest in peace. I loved him very much. And I remember then my boss would, when we got in politics, I was working for an NGO then. When we got in politics, would disagree so much about Mwanawasa. And you know, that time Mwanawasa was, he faced a lot of critics. And for me, he was the main man for me that time. So I was supporting MMD, but I joined PF in 2005. 2005, I started supporting the late President Michael Chilufya. Yeah, but then because of what I was doing, I was young and the like, but I just used to follow really like what was going on in the politics, but I was not actively involved.
Ms. Mawonga describes her adoption as not easy and thanks the people of Mfue for putting up a spirited fight.
My adoption process was not easy, I'll tell you, because I was contesting on a party that was in power and a party that was very popular at that time, and I had a huge competition. But one thing I can tell you is I played my cards right. Yeah, I had a mentor, by the way. I didn't mention I had a mentor. Somebody I could consult on what I needed to do for me to even get adopted, how I needed to come in the political scene. Another thing that I didn't mention to you is that I never wanted like to be before the adoption. I never wanted to be in the limelight for that specific reason, because people will be like, who's this person and where is this person coming from? So what I did for me, I would just say that I played my cards right. I worked so much on the ground. I was popular on the ground. So I worked with the local people, especially the women. I had huge support from the women of Mfue, Lavushmanda district. Even now, I still have their support. So I became so popular on the ground, such that I didn't need to be connected to anybody, but the name was coming out from the ground.
Being a female politician does not intimidate her. She recalls how she was provoked during the run-up to the 2021 general elections, a situation that did not deter her from forging ahead.
My experience has been interesting. About being intimidated, I think I don't feel intimidated. The reason being that I just don't think there's any reason for me to feel intimidated by anybody. But I know being in a political arena is not easy for a woman. And that's why I mentioned to you that I played my cards right. Because there are certain things that you don't do, like when you're in politics as a woman, that will create that environment that will be uncomfortable for you. One of the things that I've learned is you don't have to go into unnecessary fights, or you choose unnecessary battles. For example, I know that even when I was contesting, I stood with 7 men. So at parliamentary level at the time, uh, the time of voting in our campaigns. So, and as you know, they would pick on me. They would pick on me. They would try to provoke me. But what I did was I just remained silent. I never used to respond whatever they were saying. So they went on about, no, this woman, that. For me, I chose not to respond. Even at this point, people are still poking me. So I chose not to respond. I'll just keep quiet.
She owes her achievement to her husband, who she describes as a #1 supporter. Her siblings too are supportive.
Yes, first of all, my husband has been my greatest support. Even now, he's still taking care of most of what I'm supposed to be doing when I'm away, because this job also takes most of my time. He's been there to take care of the kids when I'm not there, and just to fill in that gap of just being home and taking care of me. Apart from that, he supported me financially. As you know, politics require a bit of financial muscle and support. He's always been there. Whenever I got short of maybe funds or what, he would be there to source for money on my behalf. And coming to my sisters and my brothers, they've been very, very supportive. And I have a sister, my immediate elder sister. She's been very, very supportive. And the other elder sister was a bit far in Chingola, but all of them have been very, very supportive. And my brothers, they all came to even support me during campaign, except for one who was a civil servant. She couldn't come, but she would, from time to time, support me, especially financially. So I've got huge support from my family.
Miss Mabonga always keeps herself busy when she's not doing parliamentary work.
I read a lot. I read a lot, and I love to watch movies. Even just reading about current affairs, like what is happening, I'm usually very much updated with what is on the ground, like what is happening. But I'm into that, and I also love business. I love business. I love coming up with business ideas. So usually I'm always coming up with something to do, something that I can do. So apart from that, I also love to venture into business, especially new ones. And I would want to study, maybe to do something else, maybe something that has not been done much. So that is just my other area, though I may not have enough time at the moment to venture into other things other than what I'm doing right now.
You don't cook? You don't do gardening?
I love gardening. I love farming. That's another thing. I love farming, and that's why even in my constituency, people are able to relate with me because I do farming there. I love farming, and even at home, I've always had a very, very huge garden. I wish I can show you, but this time around, now that I'm not there most of the times, I think it has gone down. But I used to have a very big garden. I love to grow vegetables and even just keep things like animals, livestock.
She has a word of advice to women who want to join politics.
This career is mostly dominated by men. And the reasons are that one thing that I've discovered is that people think that it's scary, and also there's some violence. And as you know, women, there's a lot of violence, and the issue of being called names as a woman in politics. Not everything is easy in politics, but we have to work extra hard for women, unfortunately, for you to be accepted. Sometimes you have to put in even 3 times more than a man. In a culture where people think that women cannot do much, especially in terms of leadership. A man would be easily accepted to be a leader than a woman. But for me, luckily, I've seen that this notion is changing. So even in Zambia, and I would want women to take advantage of that, take advantage of the space. And for me, the other thing that I forgot to mention, another person that really, really encouraged me to join politics is the former Republican president, Gachagua. I saw that he loved to encourage women, he empowered women, and by giving them different positions in government. And I think prior to the elections, starting from 2019, going that side, he would encourage more women to join politics. And that gave me space because I could see that there was an opportunity for women. So what am I trying to say to a woman out there? You need to join politics, and for us, women were very few in parliament even now. So the voice is not that strong. We need more women to join at whatever levels, even at lower level structures. We need more women to come in politics.
Miss Maureen Mabonga believes women can achieve much more by working extra hard.
My name's Jean Chisengangandwe, and I was born in 1989 in Moise district. I come from a family of 7, and I'm fourth born. I went to school in Mansa for my primary school. I then after went to Ndola for my secondary school. I also later on went to Australian Institute of Business and Technology, where I did my foundations of law, and later on Cavendish University for my bachelor's. I later on found myself on the floor of the House, having contested against 7 men. My constituency is not so vast. I have about 35,000 people there, and we have 10 wards. Our livelihood there is fishing and farming. And we're also trying to find new ways of living for our people, because we are really entirely dependent on fishing. And you know, our fish that side has literally depleted. We are looking for a new way of livelihood. I'm looking at education, water sanitation, and then health. But you know, even when you have an education and have a good health, then it doesn't mean anything. So my two priorities are water and health. So a CDF make a few adjustments, starting especially with water and health. And as it were, we are also trying to lobby from our cooperating partners and other companies to see how they can come in and help us, so that we enhance our health care as well as water development in the constituency. I first of all want to thank them, because it wasn't easy looking at the support that
Thank you for tuning into Parliament Television. Business resumes in a few minutes from now, as members of Parliament are debating a motion that has been moved by Confinsa MP Mr. Kangombe and seconded by Chilui MP Mr. Fube, that this House urges the government to put in place modalities for transforming Zambia into a 24-hour economy. So we do expect some members who intend to debate to actually add their voice regarding this particular private member's motion.
For now, we'll cross over to the floor of the House for the commencement of business.
Madam Speaker.
Bells are ringing, which means that there is no quorum formed yet. 1/3 of the total number of members of Parliament are supposed to be present in the chamber for any business to be transacted. At the time business was suspended, the House was considering a motion which was moved by Kamfinsa Member of Parliament, Mr. Christopher Kangombe, transform Zambia into a 24-hour economy, and it was seconded by Chilobi Member of Parliament.
3 more members, the whips.
So 3 more members yet to come back to the chamber for business to commence, and that's the time business will be transacted on the floor of the House. And at the time business was interrupted, it was Momba Member of Parliament, Mr. Fred Jatila, who was on the floor of the House debating.
And still to come is a resumption of debate on Thanks His Excellency the President's address. And this motion was moved by Mapatize MP, and that's Ms. Munashabantu, and it was seconded by Kantanshi MP, Mr. Anthony Mumba. So we do expect more
When
members.
business was suspended, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Kamfisa that this House urges the government to put in place modalities for transforming Zambia into a 24-hour economy, and the Honorable Member for Momba was debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. As I promised, Madam Speaker, I will not take long. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, one of the difficulties in supporting this motion is that, as indicated by the Honourable Member of Parliament for Wengwa, that the President has already given directive to this issue. What we need, Madam Speaker, going forward is to create an environment where the government now should start, which is already being done, creating more jobs. The government should continue with bring on board more businesses. Madam Speaker, it doesn't help if you are pushing for such issues when these key drivers are always overlooked. And just to emphasize also that on the path that which is currently happening, where we need to bring about sanity in the economy, in the country, then there's no need for us to start pushing for these motions because everything, Madam Speaker, will be in place. So, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I just want to indicate that the example I gave, when we talk about the issues of the hotels and the lodges, because these are key drivers of the economy, they don't need to be disturbed. Whichever political party comes in place, we don't need to look at who is owning what. Well, the moment you do that, then you are stifling in business. And this is the promise this government which it has given. So for that reason, Madam Speaker, I find it very difficult to support this motion. I must say, this is a very good motion. But because things are already in place, there's no need to bring this motion again here for us to urge the government when things are already happening. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you. This motion has been debated heavily. Even the seconder wants to debate. I have a list on my table. I'm going to allow the Leader of Opposition, followed by the Minister of Health, and finally the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry to respond. The Leader of Opposition.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I want to take the debate from the mover, the seconder, and my other colleagues as my own. I think they've been very clear on this. Madam Speaker, I wish to just realign a few points so that colleagues appreciate the structure of Parliament and maybe our raison d'etre. Madam Speaker, when you look at the party manifesto, the presidential speech to Parliament, these are some of the sources from where policy is derived and from where legislation is also derived. It must be noted, Madam Speaker, that when the President comes to Parliament to address Parliament, ministers derive legislation from there, because legislation is supposed to aid governance. Policies are also derived from there. So it's very, very important, colleagues, that when the President is speaking, we just don't admire the English. We should pay attention to understand what the President is, the points that he's putting forth. From there, our colleagues on the right should be able to go back to their ministries, take the President's address, and derive some policy from there. And parts of that policy that require legislation should be brought by way of bills. That is how things are done. So on this side, if from the President's address, private members feel that there must be a law, they will move a private member's bill. When it's believed or felt that a policy could be initiated, members will move motions. That is how this House operates. Madam Speaker, I'm saying this for the benefit of some of my colleagues. I've heard most of them saying this thing is already being implemented by mere pronouncement. No, it doesn't work that way, colleagues. It's not that because the President talked about it in that seat, then something is being done about it. No. There is need to craft policy from there. So all the member is asking is that the fact that government feels this is very, very important, can we now structure, can we now implore government to put modalities in place to make a 24-hour economy possible.
Leader of opposition, there's a point of order that has been raised.
Madam Speaker, 64, 65. 65, content of speech.
Honorable member, please go ahead with
Yes,
your point
Madam
of order.
Speaker, I'm seated here listening to my fellow member of parliament we came with in 2016, very attentively, who knows the procedure. Is he in order to mislead the nation, mislead himself, and mislead others, that by insinuating things where he does not belong and he doesn't sit, that the government is not doing nothing in a cabinet which he does not even sit, is nowhere, is very far away from that cabinet, and saying that the government is not doing anything by just the president seated on the chair? Doesn't he know that that very issue is actually in the cabinet now and is being discussed? So, is he in order to mislead the people that he has to lecture us that things are not being done when he is far away from cabinet? Is he in order, this one? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. From what I was getting, the honorable member was actually telling us how the policies come to be made and then the implementation. He didn't mention anything about cabinet. As far as I was listening, he was just trying to tell us that things are supposed to move in this manner. And I didn't hear him say that the government is doing nothing. No. So, honorable member, let's not waste the time. I'm going to allow the leader of opposition to continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your protection. On a lighter note, Madam Speaker, there's a rumor going round that there may be vacancies soon at ministerial level. So there's this panic, from members of parliament from the back. And
no.
There's this panic. It's well understood.
Honorable member, I
It's
hope
well
that
understood.
is just a joke.
It's on a lighter note, Madam Speaker.
Thank
There's a
you.
lot of activity on the right.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just to give comfort to the member, I stand in my position as leader of opposition to provide alternative policy, and also to just give him further comfort. I'm also a drafter by qualification, so he must be very comfortable when I provide this guidance. I'm not shooting from the dark. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I will continue. So, Madam Speaker,
Honorable members, I think we are debating the motion. Can we allow the leader of opposition to proceed? So the honorable member, can you please proceed?
Yes, so Madam Speaker, I think it's very, very important to note, colleagues, that by the mere fact that the President announces something, there should be no assumption that government has already started working on that. So I think what the member has done, what the Honorable Member for Kampinsa has done, is in line. He's merely urging government, to maybe expedite the transformation of this economy into a 24-hour economy. So for those that feel something is already being done about it, that's an assumption. And I think that Madam Speaker has duly guided to say we should come here and debate with facts and not with assumption. So to assume that government is doing something about it without facts, I think is not correct. So I wish to support this motion, Madam Speaker. And I think it's important also to note that the whole objective of making it a 24-hour economy is to create jobs. We are aware, Madam Speaker, that when we talk about poverty, our country has high poverty levels. In some cases, going well over 70%, and national averages well over 50%. And Madam Speaker, statistics show that to properly fight poverty, we need to create sustainable jobs. And I know that the previous government, Madam Speaker, went to length to try and open up the country by building infrastructure in many parts of the country. That was for one reason, to try and industrialize. For those that may not know, Madam Speaker, infrastructure will include communication towers, which are all over the country.
Communication infrastructure will also include the connectivity to electricity. Even what we are using to speak, Madam Speaker, right now, all these members seated here are able to communicate with their constituencies because of the investment that went in by the previous government. Madam Speaker, an environment has been created. An environment has been created, Madam Speaker, for those that visited Zambia over 10 years ago. When they come now, they are surprised. Look at how many shopping malls we have all over the country. Even in remote parts of the country, you find shopping malls. So the country now is ripe for a 24-hour economy. You could not do this before that, for those that do not know. You could not start a 24-hour economy before this infrastructure that you are seeing today. So I want you to appreciate that some efforts have gone into this. It's just not abracadabra. It's not magic. It was some structured approach to development. You are seeing shopping malls everywhere. So because of the initial steps that were taken, we are saying the country now is ready for a 24-hour economy. So going forward, Madam Speaker, what we are saying is that in most parts of the country where development is too far, it will be difficult, of course, to introduce a 24-hour economy, but there are many parts that are ready for a 24-hour economy. Examples were given about hotels. That has always been there. And I think that my friends on the right must rethink their position, because the position that we are stating is government position, given that it was said or put across to this House by the head of state. And also, we are saying, as a government in waiting, Madam Speaker, what I have in my hands is a PF Manifesto 2021 to 2026. And at page 9, it reads, make Zambia a 24-hour economy, thereby creating 3 shifts to enhance youth employment. Madam Speaker, I wish to commend the UPND government.
Order. There is a point of order being raised. The Provincial Minister for Southern Province, what is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, the traditions of this House that bind the conduct of our discourse are well enshrined and well known by all of us. Is the leader of opposition, Honorable Munduvire, who has been debating in a manner that has worried me, because I'm failing to make head and tail of what he is up to. And Madam Speaker, the time we have here is so precious, it's at taxpayers' expense. We should have been debating and bringing up serious points. Is he in order to come to this House, knowing very well that not too long ago, 1 year, 5 months, the people of this country rejected PF because of its manifesto and many wrongdoings. And that the people of this country are not in the foreseeable future likely whatsoever to consider PF comeback. Is he in order not to appropriately and accordingly qualify and characterize himself and his colleagues to say, as former government, unlike purporting to say as incoming government? Is he in order to mislead himself?
3 more years. I'll be sitting there. I'll be addressing you from there.
Order, honorable members.
3 years.
Order, honorable members. The motion before us is very, very, very clear. But again, from time to time, we tend to move away from the motion. Even now, talking about the elections for 2026, which are not part and parcel of this motion. Can we please stick to the motion and let's try to avoid political issues which are not part and parcel of this motion? The people of Zambia will decide. So I'll ask the leader of opposition to keep that in mind as he continues with his debate. Pardon? Order. I think I've guided. This is just a guide. I didn't even make any ruling. From the way I'm listening and seeing what is going on, we are wasting taxpayers' money. We are just talking about other things because I'm saying let us stick to the motion, which is very clear. The moment we bring in other issues which are not part and parcel of this motion, we waste more time. So it was just a guide to the leader of opposition to say, can we stick to the motion? And you may continue, the honorable leader of opposition.
Madam Speaker, just for the record, an opposition political party can be referred to as a government in waiting or an alternative government. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. And I will not depart from that because that is correct.
Order, honorable member, please continue with your debate on the motion. Order, honorable members.
It was very important, Madam Speaker, that we put the record straight. So the point that I'm trying to drive, Madam Speaker, is that the very fact that this is also contained in an opposition political party manifesto, there is nothing wrong with a government in power importing some ideas from the opposition. This happens all over the world. I'm worried that most of my colleagues, the colleagues that we have here, are yet to understand exactly what governance is all about. I'm privileged, Madam Speaker, because I've been on both sides. I'm privileged because I've been on both sides. For those that haven't, I think they're finding challenges. So let it be known to you, colleagues, that when it comes to governance, the reason why His Excellency the President sits in that seat and says, let's work together, is because you would also want to get ideas from the opposition. So this is very, very important. The idea, Madam Speaker, of a 24-hour economy, in case anybody doubted, came from the PF.
Can we have order? Can we have order? There's only one member who is supposed to be debating. We are supposed to listen in silence.
So the idea of a 24-hour economy, Madam Speaker, as suggested by His Excellency the President, came from the PF manifesto, as I've demonstrated. And there's no apologies about it. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the point that the whip referred to, it's time that we have time to interrogate motions and package motions and think through. He just gave an example of where Honorable Member for Petauke brought a motion and our colleagues there called it BID. But 5 businessmen walk to State House and the idea is taken up. It's a shame. It's a shame that we here, members of parliament, there has to be a sense of shame. You shoot down a motion and the president welcomes it. You know? So we must come to a point where if a motion is progressive, give it a thought, think through it, and give some good ideas around it.
Order, honorable leader of opposition, there's a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I raise a very serious point of order on the leader of the opposition in the manner he's debating and raising issues on the floor of this House. Madam Speaker, is the leader, I'm rising on a point of order pursuant to Standing Order number 65. Is the honorable member in order, who is also a leader of the opposition, not to tell the nation and apologize that themselves, when they were in government, through the Minister of Transport and Communication at the time, decided to stop 24-hour commerce by issuing a statutory instrument to stop any transportation of goods and services in this country, is in order to mislead the nation without apologizing to the people of this country that they destroyed the 24-hour business and commerce in this country. Is in order.
honorable member, there was a leader of opposition. There was a point of order that was raised by the Minister of Home Affairs, who is reminding us of a special SI that was issued by the former ruling party. Honorable members, where I am, yes, I remember there was that SI which prohibited transporters to move at night. It was very clear by 21 hours. However, honorable members, if we have that evidence, please, let's use it in our debate. The motion that we have, we are supposed to debate it, whether we support it or we don't support it. We can even give those examples, such as this one that you have mentioned, so that it's very clear even to the people who are listening out there that no, at one time, the people who are supporting this, actually, they had this SI, which they had implemented to stop the same activity. So for that one, honorable members, I would say I will leave it for the honorable ministers who are going to debate to bring it out so that they make their points very strong, because the debate is still ongoing. You can wind up your debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can see that a lot of emotions around that SI. It interferes with the transportation of sewage light. That may be. It interferes with the transportation of sewage light. That's why the honorable member is very concerned.
Thank you. I've just realized that we only had one member from the independent to debate this motion. So I will allow one member from the independent before the honorable ministers debate. The honorable member for Petauke.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to debate. And I want to thank the mover, Honorable Christopher Kangombe, for Campinsa, and the seconder, Honorable Fule, for the non-controversial motion.
Order the honorable member for Petauke. There's a point of order. The honorable member for Chienge, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Firstly, I would like to apologize to honorable member of Petauke for disturbing his flow of thoughts. Madam Speaker, I stand to be corrected. It's the point of order which was raised by the Minister of Home Affairs.
Order, honorable members. I'm still listening. She has just started. What is your point of order, honorable member?
Madam Speaker, I was then part of a committee of transport and communication, and the reason why the government issued the statutory instrument, which was issued by honorable the engineer, I've just forgotten his name. Madam Speaker, what I want just the nation to know is that the statutory instrument was issued because of the accidents which were happening at night, not because of the transport. Because it's very important that we're factual. So the standing order that I wanted to refer to is 65, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member for
that
Chienge.
language. Madam Speaker, I need your protection. How does somebody who got an adoption certificate by...
Order, honorable member for Chienge. Please take your seat. The honorable member for Chienge. Order, honorable member for Chienge. Please take your seat. Take take your seat. Just a reminder to the honorable members, please, we are in the people's house. No, honorable member for Chienge, please, just listen. Honorable member for Chiengi, please leave the house. In silence, honorable member. No, honorable member, please leave the house in silence. The honorable member for Petauke will continue.
Here.
Order, honorable members. Can we have some order? Drama sometimes in the house, it happens. The honorable member for Petauke, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me first put this on record. This house, I think, we should stop this tendency where we take everything political. Which company where?
Order, honorable members, please take your seat. Order, honorable members. The house is becoming unruly. Order, honorable members. Order. I don't have my people. I just have honorable members of parliament in the house. Others are on the right and the others are on the left. We look at all the members in this house as one. So, honorable members, the honorable member from Kana, I'm talking. We all know very well that when a member is debating, the other honorable members are supposed to remain quiet so that we hear what the honorable member is talking about. But now we are hearing Ichikopo, what have you? Honorable members, that is not correct. Let us respect each one of us. We are all honorable members, representing people from our constituencies. Let us respect the member on the floor. The honorable member for Petauke, you may continue and you are debating through the chair or through the speaker. Avoid talking with the people who are not debating or who are just seated. Focus your debate through the chair. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance. Madam Speaker, I want to put this on record. We like politicizing everything. That's why our country is going backwards, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if anything is brought in this house, it's either it's about the ruling party and the opposition. Then us independent, we are suffering. But Madam Speaker, we wish these members now, we should, because we were elected to come here to represent our people, the ideology of our people, the constituency we represent. Minister of Water, it's my time to debate, so you quiet the speaker there.
Order, there is a point of order that is raised. The Honorable Member for Rumezi, what is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And permit me to apologize to the Honorable Member of Parliament for Petauke for having interjected him. Madam Speaker, I take the House to Standing Orders 207, together read with the privileges of members. Madam Speaker, members from the ruling party are given the maximum number, together with the members of the PF, to debate. Why is it that we, the independents, are being given the most minimal representation in this House?
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, we were all elected here. In fact, some got more votes, more numbers than the people that are being given more privilege to debate. Madam Speaker, the House should give us, is the House in order to impede on our privileges? That is to speak on behalf of our people that sent us to Parliament. We are not here on our own accord. I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. This is actually a motion that started before break. And from the list that I have, we have 3 members that debated from the right. And then we have 3 members that debated from the left. There are 2 members that debated from the independent. I believe they are looking at the ratio. But what is very important for me is that we hear the voices from all the 3 parties, looking at the ratio. I'm sure that is the criteria also that Madam Speaker used before tea break. In fact, we are just in winding up the debate now. We have to close the motion. And I noticed that there was only 1 member from the independent. And I got worried and said, no, let's have 2, because 1 was not enough. So I allowed another member to debate from the independent, just to hear the voices from the independent. So I would try as much as possible to make sure that we hear from all the parties that are present in this House. But of course, looking at the numbers from the right, there are more MPs that are seated here. Then that is followed by the PF. But usually, when when we have a lot of time, we usually allow more members, even from the PF, especially depending on the subject matter, so that we hear from them, since they are offering checks and balances. But as for the independent, we have you, and that's why I have increased the number to 2. So the Honorable Member for Petauke, please, can you be more focused at your debate? Because it's like you are listening too much to the running commentaries, and we are wasting a lot of time. We won't allow you to continue if you engage other honorable members on the side. Can you debate through the speaker? And can we have minimum running commentaries from the right? The honorable member for Petauke, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are here, we are representing the ideology of the people. We represent back to the constituency, not the political party or the political groupings which sponsored us. So even as the independent, we are here also to encourage more youths to come.
Honorable member, can we please be focused to the motion? The motion on the floor is talking about transforming Zambia into a 24-hour economy. Can we be focused to that? You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this motion is non-controversial, Madam Speaker, whereby we have got a lot of youths who are unemployed in our country, especially in Munali. The youth in Munali constituency, the youth are suffering. They are not yet employed. If this motion is passed, Madam Speaker, a lot of youth from Munali will find jobs. And they'll say thank you to the new Dawn government because the new Dawn government, they want to create Zambia as a new Dubai. Dubai, Madam Speaker, it's because of 24 hours economy. That's why it's where it is today. Even Zambia, if this motion is supported by each and every well-meaning member here, I'm sure, Madam Speaker, Zambia will change. It will be a new Dubai, whereby even a lot of businesses, we are going to have a lot of production which will export. Even our export will increase, Madam Speaker. And a lot of our youths, they can't be just waiting. I'm sure you saw last year, the new Dawn government was recruiting the youths under education sector, health sector, and you saw the applicant, how many there were. For example, in the health sector, there were more than 150,000, but the only number which government wanted, it was only less than 15,000, Madam Speaker. Now imagine if this 24 hours economy is there in our country, and if we can also support what the president wants. But I can see there are other members who doesn't want to support. I brought a motion here. I brought a motion about increasing foreign currency. It was short. And other DAO members were even saying it's a DAO motion, Madam Speaker. But when businessmen went to see the president, they asked the president and he approved it. And soon it will come even to this house. How are they going to...
Point of order. Point of order.
Madam Speaker,
Point of order.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. There's too much talking in the house. There's too much running commentaries, both from my right and the left. Are we ready to continue? There is a point of order from the honorable member for Kafue. What is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rarely stand on points of order, but this one is compelling, which I'm raising for the Member of Parliament for Petauke. In his debate, he's talking about some members of Parliament who were DAO and did not support the motion that he had raised earlier in Parliament. Is it in order, Madam Speaker, to refer to any of these honorable members as being a DAO in his debate? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members, you don't have to help me. I'm going to remind the honorable member for Kafue to cite the standing orders. What is your can you cite the standing order that has been breached?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable
I'm referring to Standing Order 65, which also talks about the relevance, of one's debate, as well as the one that relates to etiquette of members of Parliament. I thank you.
Honorable member, did you say standing order number 65?
I referred to the one that talks about etiquette and decorum of the House, Madam Speaker. Maybe I can be helped to cite that one. But certainly there is a standing order that relates to the decorum of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kafue. The standing order that you've cited is a wrong one. I'm sure you meant to say standing order number 66, which talks about unparliamentary language. Order, honorable members. Can we please familiarize ourselves with the standing orders so that we are correct? We are supposed to be correct in this House. However, the honorable member for Petauke, that word is unparliamentary. There is no Dao person in this House. I'll ask the honorable member for Petauke to withdraw that word.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance, and I withdraw and replace it. They should be thinking properly. Madam Speaker, if we introduce, if this motion goes through, the 24 hours economy, even our country, Madam Speaker, as I'm sure last week or the other week, the Minister of Health mentioned the districts which are affected by cholera. I can assure you to say it will be the thing of the past once this motion goes through, because the country will be clean and there will be a lot of job creation. The youth will be in jubilation, because even especially the youth in Munali, all of them, they will be employed now. And they will be employed, although I'm sure right now they are crying because I'm sure they don't have too much representation in this House, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, even the dollar rate right now, where it is, if this motion goes through, which means we are going to have a lot of exports, and because of that, a lot of exports will have a lot of money.
Honorable member, can you please give evidence where you are giving examples? Because we cannot relate what you are saying. We cannot relate, and we cannot prove to say what you are saying is true.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've got a video of the youths in Munali, and they came to me because I'm the young brother to a member of parliament for Munali.
Honorable member.
Point of order.
Honorable member, you can take your seat. I've seen that you've lost focus because now the debate is about Munali. Can we move on to the next person to debate? The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to this motion before you. This motion, indeed, is non-controversial. It's non-controversial, Madam Speaker, because it is basically urging government to transform the Zambian economy into a 24-hour business. And it is hoping that through that, jobs will be created. So to that extent, it's non-controversial. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I stand not to support this non-controversial motion because we may be just setting a wrong precedent for ourselves as Parliament.
Order, Honorable Minister. There is a point of order by the Honorable Member for Chama South. What is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My point of order is in pursuant to not only our standing orders, but also our supreme law of the land. That is the Constitution of Zambia, Article 7.7. And I'll read it. I'll start from Article 7.6, Madam Speaker. A member of Parliament has freedom of speech and debate in the National Assembly, and the freedom shall not be ousted or questioned in a court of law or tribunal. I'll go to sub-article 2 of 76. It says, a member of Parliament shall have the privileges, shall have the powers, privileges, and immunities as prescribed. Meaning, as members of Parliament, we should have a subsidiary legislation that prescribe these immunities, which is Cap 12. Then I'll go to 77. Subject to this article and Article 78, the National Assembly shall regulate its own procedure and make standing orders for the conduct of its business. Madam Speaker, any procedure that regulates our conduct and it infringes on Article 76 is now and void, because the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and any subsidiary legislation that is in conflict with the Constitution is now and void. And we have so many cases that we can refer to. Among popular ones is Christine Murundika and 7 others. Are we in order, Madam Speaker, to be curtailing members who have the freedom enshrined in the Republican Constitution to speak on the floor of this House? Problem with you, you just argue for the sake of arguing. You prove yourselves to be relevant, honorable members.
Are you speaking through the speaker, or you are talking with the honorable member on the...
I need your protection. They are attacking me. How can I...
That is why you should speak through the speaker or the chair. You are not supposed to exchange words with the members who are seated, who have not been given the opportunity to speak. You are just supposed to face the speaker and raise your point of order. You are not raising the point of order to the members. You are raising the point of order to this desk. So please, can you raise your point of order to the speaker, not to the members who are seated?
Thank you. Madam Speaker, our standing orders are very clear. When a member is speaking, another member should not be speaking. But they are speaking. And they belong to the government. Instead of seeking our support, they are speaking. So I would request that you guide them not to speak, because that is against our standing orders.
Is that another point of order?
No, I'm complaining.
No. I think there is a better way of complaining. Are you done with your point of order?
Madam Speaker, is this House in order to be infringing on the constitutional rights of honorable members? We know all of us can't speak in a session, but at least we should have a system of negotiating. We've heard the independent members of Parliament complain, and their complaint, colleagues, you can even seek judicial interpretation. Yes, we can do that. So are we in order, Madam Speaker, to be infringing on the rights of the members when the Constitution bestows that right on us to speak freely in this august House? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable member, I'm sure this is not your first term in Parliament. You've been there before, and you know very well, you rightly brought it out that there's a constitution that governs this country, and then there are three arms of government. There's the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive. This House has got its own rules, which are in the standing orders. And we have to make sure, the chair, the speaker, has to make sure that there is order in the House, the standing orders are followed. If a member is not sticking to the issue on the floor, it's up to the speaker to either curtail or allow the member to continue. The honorable member for Petauke was struggling. He took so much time, and I kept on giving him guide. But we were always brought back to level 1. He was always engaging the other members. He moved out of the motion at hand, despite the guide that was given to him. So the speaker in that way has to be conscious of time as well. And there are so many members here who also want to debate. We cannot waste time on one member when the member knows very well the motion at hand. The member knows very well the standing orders. These are not new. They've been there. And we have to follow them. So these are the rules in this House. We cannot run away from the rules of this House. Although there's a constitution, quite all right, but we are guided by the standing orders. So the curtailing of the member of parliament for Petauke was in order, because I saw reason that we kept on wasting time and we are not moving. We've got business that we have to clear. So, honorable member, I think your point of order is not admissible. The speaker was just right to move in that direction. The honorable Minister of Health will continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was standing on the floor to debate the motion, which is urging government to put in place 24-hour economy. And I was saying that this motion is non-controversial. The motion itself is seeking to improve the economy, create work, employment. But I was stating on the onset that we on the other side will not support this motion. And the reason, Madam Speaker, as I was saying, I was just at the point to say that we'll be setting a wrong precedent. A wrong precedent, Madam Speaker, in that
the honorable minister will continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was saying that we will not support this motion on principle because we do not want, as the executive, to set wrong precedents. In that, we will have motions coming urging the Minister of Health to ensure that UTH operates 24 hours. And yet, in the meantime, UTH is already operating 24 hours. So, what we think ourselves, Madam Speaker, is that these kind of motions are not helpful. We think that they are just brought for political gain. And on that account, Madam Speaker, we will not support this motion because on the 29th of September, His Excellency did announce that his government would pursue a 24-hour economy, and he gave directives to the Minister of Home Affairs to begin the process. Since then, Madam Speaker, many different efforts have been put in.
Order, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member for Petauke, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Standing Order 2024, Madam Speaker. And I'll read it. It reads, a member who alleged that his or her privilege is being or has been denied in the House may, as soon as the alleged denied occur, raise the point of order. Madam Speaker, I'm raising this point of order. I was on the floor debating, Madam Speaker. And this standing order, everyone here knows the standing order that everyone can only speak in the House upon the approval of the presiding officer. But, Madam Speaker, the members here in this House, they always open their mouth before you approving it. And then they cause the member on the floor to disturb that member, to distract him or her. And then you now, when judging, you judge that member, not them who have been opening mouth. Madam Speaker, are the members in order, whereby I had my free time to debate. And I've got the mandate which the good people of Petauke gave me to debate. When I press, any member in this House has got a gadget, Madam Speaker. It's not that I'm using the gadget maybe from the Member of Parliament from Nali. No, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure the youths are crying from Nali to have maybe a youthful member, maybe who was going to represent them well. Madam Speaker, I'm seeking now serious guidance and ruling from you, Madam Speaker, because my people right now, they were waiting, especially the youths. If this motion was going to pass, they are going to find a lot of jobs, Madam Speaker. And even our town, Petauke, was going to be a cleanest district in the country, Madam Speaker. I seek your serious ruling. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member for Petauke. The reason, although we are not supposed to raise a point of order on another point of order, the standing order, why I curtailed your debate, is based on standing order number 67. Irrelevance and repeating things. I mentioned to you that you kept on mentioning Munali, then you go backwards, you just like that. The other members I had guided to say that they should remain quiet and allow only one member who is on the floor to debate. I think that guide was very loud and clear for the members who kept on interjecting you. So I hope that is clear as to why I had to curtail your debate, and also the guide that I had given to the other members of Parliament to remain quiet and to stop interjecting and allow only one member to speak who is on the floor. Very clear. I will allow the Honorable Minister to continue. Please, this time, let's minimize the points of order. Otherwise, I'm going to stop them because we are not making progress. We'll give it a try. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was saying that on your right, we will not support this motion on account that we don't want to create a wrong precedence. And I was giving an example that otherwise every week we'll have somebody raising a question urging government to do what government is actually doing. We want your people, the people on the left, to help government, to work together to help us by bringing motions that will add value. This motion is not adding value to our work because this has already been decided and the president gave instructions, and cabinet members in different sectors of the economy are already working different programs and even legislation to bring this motion which is on the floor into effect. So we cannot support such a motion because it's meaningless to us. So it is not that we just want to say no. Remember, Madam Speaker, that this administration is led by a leader that insists on being methodical, logical in the way we do things. So even when we come here, we want to continue on that same path. That what we do must make sense. It's not just to come and talk for the sake of talking or for scoring points which are pointless. We want motions that will help us to get better for the betterment of the country. So we will not support this motion. And please, it is not that we just don't want to support it, because we'll be setting a wrong precedence. The other point, Madam Speaker, Honorable Member, Chief Whip for PF, Honorable Kampyongo, stated that this motion is meant to create employment. And he stated that employing doctors, employing teachers is not employing, doesn't add value. In short, that's what he was saying. I want to say to him that that is not correct, because in fact, if you are talking about creating employment and making this economy 24 hours, you should have enough doctors to ensure that the hospitals operate 24 hours. So it is not correct to say or to insinuate that employing is an everyday job. It costs money. It means you are thinking. So it is a plus, and it must be supported, not trivialized in the manner of his debate. And Madam Speaker, I just want to state that
There is a point of order.
I thought you said there will be no point of order.
We'll stop very soon. The Honorable Member for Shwangandu, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on the point of order pursuant to Standing Orders 65, 1A. Madam Speaker, I had a chance to debate this motion earlier on, and in my debate, I did mention, and I'm happy that the minister on the floor has served under 3 presidents and she knows what government does. Madam Speaker, my point was that every government employs civil servants in the public sector. It's a routine undertaking of every government. The real creation of jobs, and I wanted to follow me, I did say that the real creation of jobs is in the private sector, because then...
Honorable members on my right, can we please have order? The members on my right, can we have order? Let's minimize the interjections. The Honorable
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Shwangandu, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's a distinction I was making, Madam Speaker. Is the Honorable Minister responsible for health, who is contradicting herself? In one breath, she says the president has told us about this 24-hour economy and we have started doing something. And in the same breath, she's saying if we accept, we are setting a wrong precedence. And she's saying your motion, Madam Speaker, is meaningless. Which motion was processed by office to come on the floor? She's a senior member, Madam Speaker, and like I've said, she has done, I think she's the senior most in terms of government work here. And she has sung praises for different presidents. Is she in order to draw me into a debate first? And two, to mislead this August House about what I said regarding employing of public service workers and those in the private sector. I know that she has employed and there are no medicines in the hospital. We sympathize with the situation.
Order, honorable member. Order, the honorable member for Shiwangandu. That is now turning into a debate. I was trying to follow you in the beginning, but now the point of order is talking about so many things. It will be very difficult for me to make a ruling. Let us be specific when you are raising a point of order.
My specific point of order, Madam Speaker, is that this honorable veteran politician, Minister of Health, in order to mislead this August House regarding my debate, which I've clarified here, and draw me into a debate in the manner that is also doesn't support the decorum of this August House. I think you're serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member for Shiwangandu. It's a pity that you raised, there was one issue that you had raised, talking about the recruitment of the health workers, the teachers, but then you meandered, you went very broad again, where you brought in a lot of issues. Please, next time, let us try to be very specific to the point of order, because you are supposed to raise one point of order that is clear and citing the standing order that has been breached. So because there were so many issues that you brought, I'm just going to ask the Minister of Health just to be very specific in our debate, to make sure that as she's responding to the members' debates, she's accurate and she's giving us accurate information. The Honorable Minister of Health will
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to repeat that employing doctors, employing teachers adds to the motion on the floor when you are talking about running an economy for 24 hours. The way we debate and the way we think must be broad, not narrow. And so when people give examples on the floor of this House and mislead the listeners that employing doctors or medical staff does not add value to a motion and is nothing unless you create employment only by extending the hours of business to 24 hours, it has to be put in context. The other point, Madam Speaker, we had somebody reading a manifesto here and telling us that that is their manifesto. Now I want to state, these same people talking about their manifesto, when they had a chance, they actually put legislation or statutory instrument which restricted transport at 21 hours. They said 21 hours. So then you ask yourself, is this really a logical?
Honorable members, order. Can we give a room to debate? Can we give a room to debate? The Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm debating, I'm responding. They cannot stomach that. They are not strong enough to stomach my responses. They raised the point and said, and read a manifesto and said, this is our manifesto, we want to enforce economy. I'm responding, I'm saying, but this is the same administration that issued statutory instruments to restrict movements of transport. So how can you, the same person, say this is what you want and tell us that you are now advising us? All I'm saying is, can we be logical in our thinking, in our processing, and in our advices? Therefore, Madam Speaker, this side do not support this motion because we want to be logical in the way we debate and in the way we act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members. The people, the ministers that are debating on the floor, can we please keep in mind the tone? We are debating and we are not quarreling. Let's maintain the tone in a calm manner. We are one people. We move on. The last person to debate on this motion is the Honorable Minister of Commerce.
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity to respond and close the debate. Allow me also to appreciate the raiser of the motion, the Honorable Member for Kanthinsa.
Order, Honorable Minister. I'm going to allow the last point of order so that we make progress. The Honorable Member for Lunte, what is your point of order? That is the last point of order so that we make progress.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for according me the last point of order today, which I raise against the Honorable Minister of Health. Madam Speaker, what we're debating today is a private member's motion. It is not a PF motion. The honorable member who brought this motion to this house was not in this assembly when PF was in government. He's a new member. Madam Speaker, the fact that a member from PF promulgates a sensible motion and brings to your office and you process it to bring to this house doesn't mean this is a PF motion. Secondly, the fact that members from PF supported the motion does not make it a PF motion. This is a private member's motion. Is the minister in order? The honorable minister in order, the former PF member, in order to accuse us as the PF of having sponsored a motion, although it's a good motion, and say they can't support it because it is a PF member's, it is a PF's motion. Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling so that we know whether your standing orders provide for partisan motions. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Order, honorable members. Again, we are going to our standing orders. Every Wednesday, honorable members are given an opportunity to come up with private members' motion, either from the ruling, from the opposition, from the independent. That is your privilege as honorable members of parliament. And I'm sure the speaker had guided to say that these motions actually, they pass through her office for approval. And when they are presented to the speaker, it doesn't even say this is UPND or this is PF. They come as private members' motions by the honorable members of parliament in the house. So let's not even waste time. It's something that we all know. There's no PF motion, there's no UPND motion. These are motions that are supposed to be presented by you every Wednesday. It's a chance for the members. So let's please refrain when we are debating to say that that is a PF. It's a motion by a private member. So with that guide, can we please take it that these motions that are brought to the House, they are the motions for the backbenchers? So with that guide, we hope it's clear. There's no PF, there's no UPND, there's no independent. It's a privilege that you have as backbenchers. So as we debate, honorable members, in the next Wednesdays to come, let's keep that in mind, that this is a privilege for the private members' motion, and they shouldn't be labeled as such. Our duty is either to support or not support it ends there. So with that guide, honorable members, let's not waste time. That was the last point of order. For the Wednesdays to come, we are going to be guided. I'll ask the Honorable Minister of Commerce to continue being the last minister to debate this motion so that we close it up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was also acknowledging and appreciating the seconder of the motion, the Honorable Member, Honorable Fube. Madam Speaker, I will respond accordingly to the members that have debated and give a final recommendation that we have as the executive. Madam Speaker, I must mention from the onset that I appreciate, and on behalf of government, the buying in the vision and idea of our colleagues on the left, of the vision of His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema, of getting the economy to run 24/7, who has since even directed, like has been said by many other members, that we develop a 24-hour economy. Madam Speaker, I must mention from the onset that His Excellency's directive has received positive response, and these executive members are in action to implement formalities and fundamentals that will see Zambia get to a point of getting into a 24-hour economy. I remember in September when we held the Zambia-China Business Forum, when a pronouncement was made by His Excellency directing it on the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs. Honorable members, Madam Speaker, it is not only street cameras that will make this implemented, and we appreciate that it was implemented. In response to making that formalities and modalities are put in place, response from the Minister of Home Affairs has been further recruitment of staff in the security wings. That is another formality which will guarantee security to running a 24-hour economy. This, Madam Speaker, of employing the manpower, we will not only see security provided, but revenue, circulation in the economy, wealth in individuals, youth that never had jobs before, being brought into the economy. Madam Speaker, allow me to respond quickly to and add to the concerns that were raised by the Honorable Member from Wengwa. Indeed, Madam Speaker, this motion, as good as it has come, and we appreciate, but it is already in motion. Whether we debate it here, whether we subject it to a vote, we win or anybody wins, it is already in motion. And fundamentals are being put in place. At the directive of His Excellency the President, and the executive is responding positively. And we look forward to working alongside our colleagues on the left side to see that a motion that is not political but apolitical is actualized in a better way. I also need to respond to the Honorable Member from Shuangandu, who agrees with His Excellency on implementing this. I will refer to it as a reason to what we are implementing, as a source of what we are implementing. Madam Speaker, allow me to clear one thing that came from the Honorable Member, that the President was lamenting on the implementation of these formalities for a 24-hour economy. His Excellency never lamented. Yeah. What is this? Please, Napapat. No. The Honorable Member from Shuangandu claimed His Excellency lamented on the yes, and the word was clear that the President also lamented. Honorable Member and Madam Speaker, it is not a lamentation that His Excellency gave. It is a concern that we transform an economy from its current state into a 24-hour economy, which will provide an improved living standard for our people. And Madam Speaker, developing an economy from a partial economy into a 24-hour economy, it will take a number of things that need to be put in place. But I must mention that Zambia already has got many sectors operating on a 24-hour basis. The mining sector, the production sectors, the energy sector, the health sector, led by Honorable Minister of Health, among many other sectors. But with time, while we develop other fundamentals, we'll be adding them to the 24-hour service development. Madam Speaker, coming methodically and systematically, coming to the issue of developing it into a 24-hour economy. I remember very well when the issue was raised by the motion mover today, sometime back last year. It was a concern of bringing shops, restaurants, other clothing, utility shops, and others into a 24-hour economy. Madam Speaker, we need to make sure that we restructure the law, among many other things, which will govern people working in certain sectors 24 hours. And these laws, when the Honorable Member of the Honorable Minister of Labour brings the motions to Parliament, I hope that they will be supported. And it is the more reason why this government has put in Emoluments Commission. It is part of the fundamentals put in place to get government to run 24-hour economy. Madam Speaker, as opposed to what we saw in the past, Madam Speaker, where borders were opened and closed time and again, which limited business activities to go into this country. Under the government of the New Dawn, we have kept the borders open, Madam Speaker, for business, for export. These, Madam Speaker, are fundamentals and modalities that are leading us to run a 24-hour economy. And Madam Speaker, with stakeholder engagement through the SADC region and our neighbors, we are hoping that we keep all borders running 24/7, Madam Speaker. These are modalities that we have continued to put in place, Madam Speaker. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to respond to the concerns that were raised by the Honorable Member from Mwembeshi. I will skip the Honorable Member from Unkana because we speak the same language. He looks forward to this being implemented, but my response is that we are putting fundamentals in place that will support this to be done. The Honorable Member from Mwembeshi, who has clearly said, we are doing it and we are implementing it. The only idea is how far have we gone with it? And these are the responses I am providing to the House. Madam Speaker, allow me to respond to the concerns of the Honorable Member from Lunte. I will use this in my native language, Madam Speaker, but definitely I will interpret it. Where I come from, Madam Speaker, we say, insoni ebuntu. Madam Speaker, it says, shame, a sense of shame defines humanity. Madam Speaker, we cannot pretend today to be champions of getting an economy to run 24-hour service when we were the ones issuing statutory instrument number 78 to make sure that commerce and trade does not happen in this country. Madam Speaker, under the New Dawn government, with the leadership of His Excellency and many other relevant ministries working together, the Ministry of Transport and Logistics is working round the clock to see that the wheels of economy are opened. Trucks and buses, which the small and medium enterprise business personnel are using, will soon be lifted to run 24/7, Madam Speaker. These are the modalities we are putting in place, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I need to make mention of this very clearly. It is he that has still raised, Madam Speaker, to say it is not a party agenda. Madam Speaker, consistency is critical in making mention of any pronouncements. It was here barely 3 hours ago where the leader of the opposition clearly said this is a PF manifesto. Madam Speaker, I continue to lobby the members of this House, like the member from Petauke said, let us be apolitical on some certain motions. You say this is a PF motion, and the Minister of Health comes to say it is not. You question it. Madam Speaker, this has been made loudly by the President of the Republic of Zambia, Hakainde Hichilema, that let us put formalities and modalities in place to make the economy run 24/7. Madam Speaker, allow me to continue to advise the House.
Order, honorable members. Order. The honorable member for Lunte, order. Honorable Minister From what I heard the leader of opposition mentioning was that he had a booklet in his hands which he said this is PF manifesto. I didn't hear him say this is a PF motion, but he mentioned to say that this is a PF manifesto. So maybe we can correct that as we debate.
Madam Speaker, in the decency of humanity and other things, in my opinion, it still stands where they say this is a PF thing. Madam Speaker, it should not be, the moment you start saying this is a cheated party for this and this, it is what brings politics in play. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, but to acknowledge your guidance and leadership, I take recognizance of your guidance and I will move as guided. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Therefore, Madam Speaker, in conclusion.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, in conclusion.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Allow me, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. This was indeed a long motion. We have to close it. I'm going to invite the Honorable Member for Kantisa to wind up debate.
Madam Speaker, allow me first of all to thank your office. Standing Order number 82, Chapter 13 is very clear, Madam Speaker, and allow me to read as I wind up. 82 reads, and 1, a backbencher may introduce a private member's motion in the House, full stop. What I have done, Madam Speaker, and what I will continue doing is to comply with this guideline. The guidelines are very clear, Madam Speaker, that if I have an idea, if any member has an idea, they should put it in writing to your office, and your office, Madam Speaker, will process a motion. The reason your office allowed this debate today is because the document was screened, the need for modalities to be put in place was recognized, because if it wasn't, Madam Speaker, you would not have allowed this motion to come today. So, Madam Speaker, what we have done the last 2.5 hours is to comply with the guidelines, and in keeping with the tradition of Parliament, Madam Speaker, Parliament has a role to provide oversight. So if government has an idea, if government has a policy, and we feel that that policy is not moving at the speed at which it should move, Madam Speaker, we have a duty as Parliament, we have a duty as backbenchers to remind government of their obligations. Government is under obligation, Madam Speaker, to put modalities in place. That is the purpose of this conversation. Who has benefited from this discussion today? Number one, the public out there. The many members of the public, Madam Speaker, who are not aware that there's need for a 24-hour economy. After this discussion today, they've actually been enlightened. Where they sit in their houses, they are saying, we actually need this thing. So when we do our role, Madam Speaker, the way we've performed today, I think government must recognize that we have members of Parliament from the opposition that have the right quality. Yeah. Because our role is to bring ideas. Do you want to have an opposition member of Parliament who sits 3 hours not discussing anything? You need an opposition member of Parliament who should remind you that there's this which you have to do for the people of Zambia. And that is what we've done. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank everyone that has debated today. This is not the last motion you are seeing. There are a lot of motions, Madam Speaker, that will come on this floor, and I'm very confident that you will allow them, because they increase the knowledge in our country about the type of policies that we should have. So today the people of Zambia are saying, this is what should happen. We should debate issues, scrutinize ideas, and ensure that these ideas are implemented. So, Madam Speaker, I want to appeal to this august House that we need to raise the productivity levels of our country, that we can't produce only during the day, that we should produce even beyond the normal working hours. So I want to appeal as I wind up. I want to appeal as I wind up that this motion is a motion on behalf of the people of Zambia. This is not a motion for any political party. This is not a Christopher Kangombe motion. This is a motion that, if passed today, you are going to begin implementing the ideas. I am confident as I wind up, Madam Speaker, that whether this is voted for or not, the conversation in Zambia has changed. Those that have followed this debate for the last 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours now, actually 3 hours, Madam Speaker, they have picked very valuable lessons. This is a labor-related matter. This is a productive matter. This is a matter that relates to our people. And I'm happy that the business community out there are excited that we gave an idea to a member of parliament who took the idea to parliament. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that this House urges the government to put in place modalities for transforming Zambia into a 24-hour economy. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no.
No.
I think the noes have it. The question is negative. There's no voting? Okay. We make progress. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Thanks. His Excellency the President's Address. Motion of 28th February 2023. Resumption of debate.
When business adjourned yesterday, Tuesday, 28th February 2023, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Mapatizia that the thanks of this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in His Excellency the President's Address. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for according me this opportunity to comment on the presidential speech. Madam Speaker, my honorable colleague from Kafue said this is the smallest speech she has ever seen ever since she joined. And since we joined this assembly at the same time, I can confirm that this indeed has been the smallest. My honorable colleague said, however, it is pregnant with progress. Madam Speaker, a month ago, so 5 government ministers who hail from one region conducted a press conference promoting tribalism. Hardly did they know that a few weeks later, the president will be sitting on the throne to discuss national values and principles. I do think that is the true meaning of Insoni Ubuntu, which was interpreted by the Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member for Lunte, do we have evidence of the meeting where those ministers from one region had a meeting on tribalism? The meeting that you just talked about?
Madam Speaker, the country is aware about that, as much as I'm aware. There is a notorious fact, only it's in public domain. But I don't want to waste time there. I will clearly indicate what I intend to talk about. 1, I want to discuss sustainable development. 2, I want to
Maybe
discuss...
a guide to the member. When you talk about things in this House, try to be very factual. Not that you bring them out and then you cannot substantiate them. You just said, no, let's just move ahead with something else. Because what you brought out, it has already gone out in the public.
Should I mention their names?
That's why I said, do we have evidence for that meeting?
I can mention their names.
Because
It
maybe
is-
something that
it
is on
clearly-
social media.
It is on public domain and a news item on ZNBC. No, I'm not arguing, I'm just responding. And the time is moving when I'm speaking with the chair.
Order, Honorable Member
My time is-
Folunte. Order, Honorable Member Folunte. I'm very sure you know that this House does not rely on things from the social media. I think it has been mentioned over and over. Yes, that's why I said, do we have evidence somewhere to prove what you are talking about? Because it has already gone to the public. Where is the evidence?
The floor. I didn't follow that procedure.
Okay.
There is a procedure, madam.
Okay, is it possible that you can withdraw since you haven't followed the procedure?
No. It's not that everything I say I must lay on the floor. It has
No,
to be my
but it's
intention.
for that particular one, the Honorable Member Folunte.
Yes.
This is Parliament where we are following procedure. We are following procedure in this House. There's no shortcut. We are following procedure, Honorable Member, that you know very well.
What would you like me to do?
To lay the evidence that a meeting was held.
It's a press conference, not a meeting. It was before cameras, press conference. ZNBC movie.
For us to make progress, Honorable Member, since you haven't followed procedure, can you withdraw so that we make progress? If you don't want to withdraw, then we'll move on to the next person to debate.
Madam Speaker, I will have to withdraw in order to debate. Otherwise, this may pass. I withdraw in order to debate.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Madam Speaker, the President discussed sustainable development, and he mentioned some things. The things he mentioned, in my view, were speaking about the future. For example, it may not be progress to indicate that we must go beyond responding to disasters to focus more on prevention. That is not progress. It is not progress to say we are partnering with the private sector to plant in excess of 2 million trees in the next 5 years. But it may be progress to say we have planted the following number of trees. Because this is a report which has a timeline. And in that time period, you show the progress which you have made. Madam Speaker, on this pillar, I find only one progress which the President actually recorded. And it was about government adopting the national community-based national resource management policy. Now, that is progress. When you move from this and go to, for example, good governance, I only find one listed progress. The rest of the things are not progress. Now, I'm happy because my honorable colleague from Kafiwa is here, who found pregnancy in this very slim report. I can assure you this may actually be an abortion. Because this speech is this slim because there is no progress reported. Decentralization, Madam Speaker, which the President talked about, is not governance. The corruption, I will educate you. The corruption that the President talked about is not at governance level. These are operations. And I'll be very clear, Madam Speaker. How can the President say, now the WDCs, the CDF committees are operating fully throughout the country? At what point in the recent history have WCCs never operated? at what point have constituency committees never operated? So it is very clear that the crafters of this speech have no idea. They need support from us, and we need to help them as we talk about these issues. Madam Speaker, there's a clear difference between governance and strategy and operations. This is why I'm saying operations at DEC, operations at the police, operations at these institutions is not governance. Governance is providing an environment at cabinet level which supports institutions. So when the president says these are the issues we are looking at, he must be helped. And the people who should help him are these ministers, these ones, and the technocrats who have been appointed, so that the president comes to the assembly with information which can be resonated with ease by people who understand these issues. Madam Speaker, democracy and constitutionalism. If, Madam Speaker, I would never have referred to Kwacha and Kabushi. Never. Because the Zambian people know that the elections in Kabushi and in Kwacha were bad elections. Number one, Madam Speaker. Number one, Madam Speaker, expired ballot paper. Number two, participants who are withdrawn, being brought back without any legal provision that supported a person withdrawing to come back in the race. Madam Speaker, if I were the president, I would never refer to peace in by-elections. I would remember what happened in Lusangazi when a PF member was almost killed and he ran towards the 4x4 vehicle. I would have remembered what happened in Mukush. I would have remembered when the police ran away from the police station in Mukushi, and I would have said, we have done some things, but there is more to be done. And to show that progress, I would be talking about what we would have done, not mentioning Kabushi, congratulating people who competed against themselves. Then you say, this, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, this is the real reason why the speech is this slim, because there is literally no progress. And I'll go and shake hands with my honorable colleague and still insist that this is a miscarriage. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The honorable member for Skongo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity granted the people of Congo to add a voice on the speech by the President on the progress made on the application of national values and the principles. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the President for the speech that he made to this House. And in doing so, I want to mention that national values and principles are very important to the development of every country. And in this case, Zambia is no exception. And also I want to mention that I'm very happy to mention that as a member of parliament under the UPND, under the leadership of His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema, I'm happy in the sense that we have a president and a government that is walking the talk in as far as application of values and principles are concerned. We have seen in the past where we say one thing and do the opposite. This time around, I think everyone is seeing that the president and his government mean well for the people of this country. And in this regard, we have seen that we have made good progress in as far as the application of values and principles are concerned. And I want to urge the people of this country, the people, us members of parliament who are here, that I think we have an opportunity as a country, as a people, to make sure that we take advantage of this president that wants to put this country on the right track. The values and the principles are very important, like I've mentioned, in the development of our country. And I think we should be serious. Where we have made mistakes in the past, I think this is the right time for us to correct those mistakes and get back to the right, doing the right things. So, colleagues, honorable members of parliament, let's not trivialize what the president came here to talk to us about. The people of Western Province, the people of Congo, when it comes to these values and the principles, would mention that in the past, they were not being applied correctly to us. Western Province is one of the least developed. And the reason why these values and the principles, when you're talking about making sure that we have equity in as far as development is concerned, that was not happening. We have got roads in Western Province that are not supposed to be called roads. From time immemorial, since independence, Western Province has been overlooked. Why? Because of not applying the values and the principles that we are supposed to apply in as far as development is concerned. So we are saying, now that we have the new Dawn administration that has taken it seriously to make sure that we as a country, as a people, we begin to apply these principles equally and equitably. Let us work with this government. In this regard, I want to talk about the CDF, as demonstrated by the president, that he is going to look at development in this country, not from regions, not from a tribal perspective, but from a one Zambia, one nation perspective, like he mentioned here. We are one people, and development should go everywhere. So CDF is being given to every constituency. CDF is being given timely. And we are seeing within the 1 year that CDF has been increased from 1.6 to 25.7 last year and now to 28.3 this year. There's a lot that is happening in terms of development everywhere. And even the people of Congo are happy. Because for the first time, we are able to have 40 projects at a go running. We are talking about police posts, we are talking about health posts, we are talking about classroom blocks, we are talking about a lot of things which were not there. And this is happening everywhere else. So colleagues, those of you who are even trying to trivialize the CDF, you are being unfair to yourself and to the people of your constituencies. Because people of this country are watching what CDF is able to do. Kanchivia people are seeing and they are happy. And they're going to judge you for not having used the CDF in your constituency. So, can we make sure that we take this CDF seriously and apply ourselves so that we bring the much needed development to our country? I want to talk about the issues of cadreism and the issues of political violence that we saw in the past administration. And gassing. That was not what application of values and so on should have been. And I think let's change for the better, because we have seen how our president and his government have taken those issues. The president is walking the talk. He's saying these things should not be there because they are retarding progress and development. So we need to appreciate him and his government when they are doing the right things. This time around, everyone is free. The PF, and the other political parties are free to express themselves. You are free to go to radio stations. We are seeing you in all radio stations, freely expressing yourselves. That is as it should be. So let's support that type of governance and the rule of law. I want to talk about the fight against corruption, which the president mentioned. I think the fight against corruption should not be seen as if people are being persecuted. All we are trying to do is simply make sure that those that store, they should account. We want the money so that we can put it to CDF. We want the money so that we can build these roads you're talking about. You are always talking about infrastructure that you built, which was massive and so on. But at the same time, we hear members of parliament again complaining, even from the other side, that there was nothing that was happening. So it means money was there, you borrowed heavily, but again you put the money somewhere else. So we want you to account for that. Tell us where you took the money. So when that is happening, it's not persecuting. All we are saying is the people of Zambia want their money so that they can take it where? To the students. Meal allowances, like what we are doing.
Order, honorable members, order. There's too much talking.
As I conclude,
can we allow the honorable member for Congo to debate freely? His people are listening to him. Let's give him room. Can we maintain silence? Can we talk in low voices so that the honorable member can freely debate? The honorable member, you may continue.
As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I want to mention that I think the kind of environment that has been created under the new Dawn administration is an environment that is really going to help us to develop as a country. And I want to urge the people of Zambia not to listen, to pay attention to those that are trying to trivialize. Those that failed. They should not listen to them because we are on the right track. Further, I want to mention that, like the President pointed out, charity begins at home. I think we need to inculcate in our children at home these values so that as they grow up, as they become leaders, they will be able to apply these values correctly for the betterment of our country, for the development of Mother Zambia. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The honorable member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing the voice of Ron constituency to add and point out a few issues on the address by His Excellency the President when he addressed the National Assembly on the application of national values and principles. Madam Speaker, I will just zero in on three issues, which is morality and ethics, patriotism and national unity, and indeed touch on the social media. Madam Speaker, I want to agree with what the President said when he said that as a nation, we are still experiencing, Madam Speaker, in terms of morality and ethics, some alcohol abuse, substance abuse, teenage pregnancy, child marriage, and indeed gender-based violence. Madam Speaker, the President was spot on. But what is causing all these issues? I want to question the issue of substance abuse. Madam Speaker, today our children or our teenage or our youths are involving themselves in a lot of negativities. That is why we are seeing a lot of deaths being caused by these children once they imbibe such substance abuse. But as parents, the President actually said that we must be fully involved as parents, because some of these things, Madam Speaker, starts right in our homes. As parents, as parliamentarians, do we know what our youths are doing in our sections, in our wards, in the constituency, and in the district? Are we paying particular attention to see the behavior of these children? Are we checking, especially, Madam Speaker, our own children? It has become a norm now when a child is leaving home, may it be a boy or a girl, to carry a small bag behind. Do we check these bags that our children are carrying? What is it that they are carrying? Madam Speaker, this has caused a lot of pain in terms of teenage pregnancy. This is also contributing because once they take alcohol abuse and this other substance abuse, their thinking, Madam Speaker, becomes impaired. And as parents, we need to ensure that we check our children, what time they leave home, what time they are coming back home. Madam Speaker, the President was also spot on in terms of teenage pregnancies and child abuse. Child abuse, in many cases, Madam Speaker, starts right in our homes. We have heard of children being molested, abused by the people that they live in within their homes. some of these pregnancies actually come out of the same house where uncles and other people close to these children actually abuse them. We need to do something as parliamentarians and as fathers and mothers. We also want to commend the Minister of Gender for fighting and going flat out so that they can find a solution to remove these children who are on the streets. Madam Speaker, these children, some of them have got better homes where they're coming from. And we need to help and work as leaders to ensure that we protect these children.
The honorable member debating, we don't have a Minister of Gender.
Community, my apologies, Madam Speaker, and well guided. Madam Speaker, I also want to zero in on the issue of collapsing or breaking of marriages. The President is concerned, and it's just the other day that he was talking about so many cases of marriages breaking. What is causing these issues? We need to work on this and ensure that we lessen the number of this breaking in of marriages. These are the issues, Madam Speaker, that are actually leading to a lot of youths going on the streets, to a lot of youths going astray. In terms of patriotism, Madam Speaker, and national unity, I also want to echo and point out that it is unpatriotic for any Zambian. Of late, we have been talking in this House, Madam Speaker, about the high numbers of human trafficking that is happening in our country. Honestly speaking, if you're a patriotic Zambian, how can you be abetting or aiding the illegal human trafficking? And it's to that extent that I want to thank government for coming up with the amendment of the Anti-Human Trafficking Act of 2022, which will actually lessen this human trafficking. But as Zambians, poverty or hunger cannot be an excuse of involving ourselves into aiding or helping human trafficking. It is a serious crime, Madam Speaker, and it is actually going up. But as leaders, we need to help the President, we need to help the government to ensure that we fight this vice. Madam Speaker, I was also elated and relieved when I heard about the President talking about employing border guards. This is not a new phenomenon. We have heard of border guards in Europe, we have heard of border guards in other jurisdictions, and this is the right move, which will actually help to even lessen the issue of human trafficking. Madam Speaker, on social media, the President lamented that we are now abusing the use of social media. The social media itself is very well intended, and it's a good tool, but we tend to misuse it by posting hate speeches, by posting all sorts of negativities, including degrading or painting black innocent people. This must not be encouraged, and I hope the President, having talked about it, we shall also be alert and ensure that we help not to use this route. Madam Speaker, members of Parliament are not spared by this social abuse. We have seen in the past where honorable members of Parliament have actually been shown on some of these platform medias in a negative way. We also want to agree that indeed social media platform has become a platform for some people to defraud innocent people. And I also want to say it is in the right direction that ZICTA has actually moved in to help identify people who are using social media to defraud innocent and hardworking Zambians. In short, Madam Speaker, from what I've said, I can say that from what I've read, I want to say the President came out very well, and it's up to us now to ensure and support that we help him drive the positive way against these morals and principles. Madam Speaker, the people of Ron constituent would like to thank you for having accorded us the time to air our concern and our voice on the presidential debate. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity to add a voice on the motion on the progress made on the application of the national values and the principles from the President's speech. Before I proceed, I have a message from people of Kabwe Central thanking the government, the Vice President, the Minister of Home Affairs, for launching yesterday at correctional service production of mealie meal that will cost 150. Breakfast, people are saying thank you very much for listening. When as a member of parliament, I requested that we scale up the production for us to access cheaper mealie meal. Thank you so much. They really appreciate. Madam Speaker, I want to mention that the national values, these are the beliefs a nation are guided, or citizens are guided. And the President, I want to support the motion, that the speech of the President, because it was to the point. And indeed, as a country, we have seen that there is change in the country. We have seen a lot of positive behavior or positive values and principles that we have witnessed in our country. The President talked about 6 points when he addressed on the issue that was the morality and ethics, and if you go down to the speech, you find that at the end of it all, there is sustainable development. Madam Speaker, morality, these are the principles that help somebody to distinguish something which is bad or good or bad. This is what it means when we talk about morality. And ethics, this is what governs a person's behavior. I want to make sure that this point number 1 is key to everything that was talked about. Madam Speaker, if one's moral behavior is upright, one cannot engage in corruption, as it was mentioned by the President, that we have to work around on the issue of keeping the bad device of corruption. And we have seen that as a country, we have made progress. I can cite an example. We just signed the concession yesterday on the Lusaka Ndora Dual Carriageway, which was negotiated by the team that was negotiating. They came up at a minimal, very minimal cost of $575 million, unlike what was inflated some time back. So if somebody is morally right, there's no way you can start adding. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll continue. If somebody has morally right, there's no way you can add something on top. You add so to inflate the cost of in order that the country you can highly indebt the country. And this is what you have seen. This is an example that now we have made a lot of progress in terms of people now realizing that they have to be morally right, whatever they do. And when we are morally right, we don't engage ourselves in corrupt practices. That means there will be sustainable development at the end of the day. We will not highly indebt this country because of what we are able to follow, the principles we are following. So I concur with the President that at least there is we have strived, we have gone ahead to make sure that the principles and the values are really followed in this country. Madam Speaker, if somebody is morally right, cannot raise a hand to kill a fellow human being, worse off a woman. So the President spoke that we have made a stride because he mentioned that there is much sensitization that is going on in the country. But I feel, again, there's much to be done. We need to make sure that we bring these devices of gender-based violence to a minimal level, if not to a zero, because we don't need to kill our fellow human being. We do not need to see our women suffering, especially in our homes. So the country, I think, have made much progress also on that. The President talked about the high levels of divorce. Definitely, if somebody is morally right and he has got cannot divorce a wife unless it goes to beyond, or a woman cannot divorce the husband unless it goes to the levels where somebody can say no, they can no longer, because maybe there will be death if they continue. So on this also, we need to make sure that we scale up, because if we have got high levels of divorce, we will see a lot of, even that's where there's a resultant of seeing maybe street kids. People cannot go to school because families cannot unite to make sure that they raise up their children. So we will see a lot of people who are on the streets, and this is what we need as a country to make sure that we scale up these issues of divorce. It's not good for the country. It is detrimental when we see a lot of homes that break. Early marriages. If somebody is morally right, you cannot marry a young child, destroying the future of a young child. And all this, we have to make sure that we scale up on the issue of early marriages, teenager pregnancies, and we want to urge our people in the country to make sure that we desist from these devices of what sees our young people maybe leave school, or maybe they're on the streets, the single mothers, and at the end of it, we see our children or street kids that have increased on the streets because of all these devices. Madam Speaker, the President talked about the social media. Social media has become, it is good, as my honorable from Ronnie has said, very good, but it has become something which you have to say a poison, especially to the young generation. But my main concern is that it is sometimes us elder people who misuse this by posting things that are negative, and they disturb, they make our children, even, I don't know, disturb them. They cannot even think what is right and wrong, because it's perpetrated by people who are elderly, who throw hate speeches. We are not showing example to the young generation of things that we throw on the social media. We should be the first ones as elder people, and especially politicians, leaders, to make sure that we help our young children by making sure that we guard what we throw on the social media. So we need to be responsible enough so that we are able to build this country. Madam Speaker, I will talk about now sustainable development. If, as a country, our morals are right, if we are ethical, and definitely we will see the national unity. There's no way we can see division. And when we are united, we will make sure that we speak one thing. I want to say something on even the motion that has just passed. If somebody is morally right, you cannot spend, you are given 8 hours in which to perform in your office, but when you are evaluated of what you have done, it's just equal to 30 minutes or 1 hour. That is immoral. That is immoral. Even when we want to ask for many hours, let us utilize the hours we are given to work and to be productive enough. So if we are productive enough, we are morally right, we'll make sure that we work according to what hours we are given to perform, and we will see the sustainable development in our country. So I thought I should mention that, and before I conclude, let me say that there's repentance before forgiveness. One of the honorable members was saying that you should forgive, but let us be, there's no way God can forgive you if you are not repentant. So let us repent, and then when you repent, all of us realize what we are doing is wrong. From there, we'll be able to see forgiveness and national unity. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Your time is up. Her Honor, the Vice President, adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
As no notice of an item for debate on the motion of adjournment of the House has been received, I put the question. The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.